security. To answer the president's questions and follow his direct steps to ensure that the United States is ready to respond effectively to future pandemics and to iterations of this pandemic. To do this, OSTP and our colleagues in the National Security Council, the Domestic Policy Council, and others have been carrying forward the work of what's called the American Pandemic Preparedness Plan. A key goal of this plan is to spur innovation in vaccine design, development, and manufacturing, preparing us for future COVID-19 variants and other infectious diseases. So now a short, but I hope instructive history lesson. The mRNA technology that led to 2 safe and effective COVID vaccines is technology that our U.S. Department of Defense kickstarted almost a decade ago through a public-private partnership to create a platform on which we can build a vaccine. So when the world shut down with COVID, we had a head start on a solution with the safest, fastest vaccine deployment in history. The world did this together in 314 days, and we're committed to cutting that time down to 100 days while maintaining our high quality and safety standards. The COVID vaccines that some of you in this room helped to create have saved countless lives. We thank you for your tireless, extraordinary efforts, but there is much more for us to do, and this is why Dr. Jha has convened us today. These vaccines lowered the death toll, reduced the burdens on our frontline healthcare staff, and allowed our children's education, our economy, and much of our lives to rebound. And it was federal scientific leadership and seeking future possibilities, taking risks, and investing in new technologies that made this possible. Now we and the Biden-Harris administration are working closely with global partners to accelerate development of broadly protective next-generation COVID vaccines. With the U.S. Agency for International Development and the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, we're working to develop vaccines that can thwart pandemic pathogens and save lives around the world. With the National Institutes of Health and BARDA, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, we're supporting new private sector innovations like nasal sprays and skin patches instead of needles to administer vaccines in a more comfortable and accessible way, so that everyone in America and around the world can readily benefit from them. And across the federal government, we're doing much more to help protect people from COVID-19 and pandemic threats. We're working with the Environmental Protection Agency to promote ventilation and filtration that reduces the risk of transmission through indoor air. And some of you might have noted that in the room today, we have air filtration systems doing just that. And we're working with the CDC on its new Center for Forecasting and Outbreak Analytics to bolster the potential to track wastewater and other indicators to better predict, monitor, and address infectious disease and other public health threats. As Dr. Jha said, this is a whole of government effort. But there's much more to do, and that's why today we'll hear from transformative companies about how federal funding has helped them accelerate development of life-saving vaccines and creatively solve problems, such as figuring out how to store and ship vaccines without needing refrigeration so they remain shelf-stable and effective. And we know that developing safe and effective vaccines is only the beginning. We cannot fall back on the mentality of if we build it, they will come. People around the world still face a range of barriers to getting these vaccines. For people living in the world's most remote and least resource areas, it's a challenge of availability and equitable access. For others, it may be the understandable challenge of a history of exclusion and mistrust. And for others, it may be the challenge of being subjected to a flood of inaccurate information. These inequities will persist beyond COVID and in future pandemics unless we adequately prepare and prioritize universal access to the innovations we're designing, developing, and producing. We need to make sure that the next generation of COVID vaccines is accessible to everyone. That won't be easy, but we must keep at it because new vaccine technologies themselves won't diminish people's hesitation to get vaccinated. We've done a great job of following the science in this administration. At the same time, we must also follow the social science, the behavioral science, and adopt more evidence-based public health communication tools as well. We need to use every tool in our toolbox. We can create a better future where we can develop effective vaccines within weeks of identifying a pathogen. It will be hard, but we can do it. Where we support distributed manufacturing around the world, and where every country has the resources to manufacture thousands of doses in only a few days. That's the future that we're working to build. Oh, Tony, I'm advancing your slides here. Let me go back. To get there, particularly this part, I'm going to be really great on, I can assure you. That's the future we're all working to build. To get there, we have to continue to innovate, be creative, and propel great ideas forward into action. And we must continue to fund those ideas with support from Congress. We at OSTP are here to marshal resources across the federal government to improve health outcomes. And this fall, we will release the first annual progress report from the American Pandemic Preparedness Plan. This report will determine our next steps for implementing system-wide changes, including closing science and technology gaps, addressing vulnerabilities, preparing for emerging pandemic threats, and enabling the type of innovation that we're going to hear about today. This work really at heart is about taking care of one another, our loved ones, our families and neighbors, our fellow community, and the global society. And it's going to take all of us working together to achieve some of the audacious vision and goals that you'll hear about today. We need to transform our time horizons from years to days, just like we did with those first COVID vaccines, and we don't have a moment to waste. So now I want to pass things over with great honor and pride to Dr. Anthony Fauci, Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and Chief Medical Advisor to the President. Tony?
Thank you very much, Alondra, and thank you, Ashish, for the opportunity to make some brief remarks here to introduce to the group who may not fully appreciate, but I think many of you do, the role of the NIH in what Dr. Jha was talking about as being a whole of government response. We're responsible for the funding. Many people I see in this room who we have, for the fundamental basic clinical and applied research, but we certainly cannot do it alone. And that gets to the continuum that Ashish was talking about, because we can bring the fundamental basic research concept and even bring it up to an early phase 1 or even further, but then we partner with other elements of the government and with industry. And that is, for example, through barter, through advanced development, which is a critical part of what we do, and then the all-important engagement of industry and other partners, such as CEPI and others. So this is not only an all-of-government response, it's really an international effort, which is really important. So I'm going to spend just the next few minutes in a very sketchy way, because I don't want to get into too many of the details, because this is going to be discussed by people who I do see in the audience. And that is, what is the role of NIH and why do we get involved in this? This slide is really an evergreen slide. I show it no matter what disease we're dealing with. What prompts us to use the talents of our investigators throughout the country and the world is that for us, we do research in immunology, microbiology, and infectious diseases for all of the areas you see there. And the two things that drive us are the public health need and the scientific opportunities. And where there are not scientific opportunities, when you have a brand new disease, you create the scientific opportunities. So very quickly, let's take a look at the public health need. We don't need to spend a lot of time on that. We really do know what the need is. A historic pandemic, the likes of which we have not seen in well over 100 years. So part one of the two pillars that drive us is clearly accounted for. Then you talk about the scientific opportunities. If you look at the results of what we have now as a result of science, this is just the vaccines that have now been utilized predominantly in the United States, but also worldwide. If you look at the platform technology on the left, the immunogen design with people like Barney Graham, who is actually in the audience here, that takes the fundamental science that has been invested for decades. And I think what people don't understand is that when you get started on a project, you don't start the day you get your first case of HIV or your first case of COVID. It's literally decades of investment. And that's the reason why we've had such success with the vaccines that was outlined by Ashish and by Alondra. And you know the numbers, Ashish mentioned them. We've already averted well over 2 million deaths, approximately $1 trillion in healthcare costs, and tens of millions of infections, as well as close to 20 million hospitalizations. That's the good news. What's the sobering news? The sobering news is why we're here today, because our job is not done. Because over the past 20 years, there have been 3 coronavirus outbreaks: SARS, MERS, and now COVID-19. Since September of 2020, this virus has continued to prove more than a formidable foe, with variants of concerns emerging, each with a bit of enhanced transmissibility. How do we know that? It keeps bumping off the prior variant, as we're starting to see now with the highly transmissible BA.5. Now, innovative approaches are clearly needed to induce broad and durable protection against coronaviruses known and unknown, hence what we're talking about, next generation. But there are 2 pillars of the next generation that we're all interested, concerned with, and pushing for. One is a pan-coronavirus vaccine that has both breadth and durability. That's important. And next, mucosal vaccine. So let's take a look at the pan-coronavirus vaccine. In December of 2021, my colleagues and I wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine back then that there was an urgent need for a universal coronavirus vaccine. Now, here's where we got to be a little careful, because if you look at coronaviruses in general, that is very aspirational. So what are we doing? We're going step by step. And you do that by looking at the coronavirus phylogenetic tree, as you see here. Now, the 4 coronaviruses that go from the alpha and then in the lower part of the beta are the common cold coronaviruses. And the 3 that you see within the beta are the ones we've had experience with since 2002, namely SARS-CoV-1, MERS, and SARS-CoV-2. Now, another subtle concept that I want to make sure we discuss during this summit is that when you're talking about the ability to protect, it's very interesting, because what we were learning and are learning now about the common cold coronavirus may show some insight. A paper that came out literally a couple of days ago from one of our grantees, Elicit, showed that it's very interesting. Namely, you could have immunological memory from a virus that's different than the virus you're dealing now, that doesn't protect against infection, but protects against severe disease. So now the pillars are dividing. You could say you may have protection against infection or not, versus protection against severe disease. And we have to take that into consideration in our design. So what about a pan? Let's start off simple. Instead of the whole phylogenetic tree, let's look at pan SARS-CoV-2. We have multiple variants of concern that we need to deal with. And right now, it's even getting more complicating, because if you look at the SARS-CoV-2 family tree, we now have sublineages of sublineages, each of which has a transmission advantage for a number of reasons. One, it eludes protection from infection and prior vaccination, and vaccine-induced immunity and infection-induced immunity wanes. So you have 2 things going against us, which is the reason why when you look at what we can do, we've got to look at breadth and we've got to look at durability. That's a scientific challenge. That's not an implementation challenge right now. And that's the reason why you have to have science, together with risk type of implementation, which was actually the formula for the success that we had originally when we were dealing at a time when we had no idea we would have these variants. That has changed, and we've got to be flexible enough to move with that change. So let's go to the next step. The pan-Sebecoviruses, namely one that would not only be good against the variants of SARS-CoV-2, but others might emerge. And the reason it's important is if you look right north of SARS-CoV-2, you see a number of the bat coronaviruses, which the most recent studies now about how you get evolution from a bat to an intermediate host to the human, it's very important for us to understand how we can get immunity that's vaccine-induced against this. So what is the NIH doing? Let's talk a little bit about it. Again, getting back to what I said, our job is not to develop a vaccine. We are not a vaccine production company. Our job is to facilitate by providing our scientists, brilliant scientists, many of whom are in this room right now, with the capability and the support to pursue the scientific leads, but also, and this is important, and I'm sure we'll hear about it later in the day, to remove any obstacles that are in the way of a very expeditious pursuit of your scientific goals. And we know there's a lot of them. There's enough animals. Is there enough this? There is enough that. Those are the kind of things that we can do. So since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, NIAID has spent about $3.5 billion on coronavirus research, about $1.5 billion on vaccine research. And recently, we awarded about $43 million over 3 to 4 years at academic institutions, some of which are represented here, for the development of broadly protective coronavirus vaccines. And we anticipate additional awards within weeks. Now, to let the public know, to avoid confusion, when we talk about the development of a vaccine, I want to reemphasize, we can't do it without industry. So industrial partnership from the beginning and de-risking, as we have done rather successfully, is critically important. So when we talk about vaccines that are out there, almost invariable, I can't think of any that don't have fundamental basic science supported by the NIH with their fingerprints on that. We didn't develop it. We're not a drug company, but the fingerprints are there. And here are just some of the examples of broadly protective vaccine candidates that receive NIAID support. You're going to hear from many of these people. Some of them are already in various stages of development. Now, one concept that I think is important for people to understand, the key approach to broadly protective with breadth is you either take a common element of a virus and you then vaccinate someone that covers all of the subgroups. That's what's trying to be done with influenza. I'm sure many of you are aware of the STEM approach because that's the least part of the virus that mutates. But another really exciting is a different approach that may get by without mRNA or be part of an mRNA, and that is a mosaic approach in which you take multiple parts of the virus, multiple respective binding domains of different viruses, and you put it on a nanoparticle. And in fact, a paper just came out in Science 4 days ago from Pam Bjorkman and colleagues that did just that. And those are the kind of things that are the exciting science. This is just a few of the publications. I mean, I would have to just give you 5 slides to show them all. I've just taken some representative ones. So how are we going to enhance that? We have now awarded PO1s, or program project grants, to design and development of pan-beta coronavirus vaccines. And you see here, it's Duke, Wisconsin, Rockefeller, Brigham, and many of the people who we're going to be talking about the basic science are involved in this. And then there's the mucosal vaccine. And again, the importance of mucosal vaccines. So I try to make this slide. This is my fifth version of the slide. I didn't want to make it too simple that you'll say, duh, and I didn't want to make it too complicated that the general audience wouldn't appreciate it. When you give an intramuscular or an intradermal vaccine, you get good systemic protection. You can get high levels of antibody that will spill over into the upper mucosal area, and for a period of time will protect you. But to ask to have astronomically high levels of antibodies that spill over is a non-starter, because if we did that, everybody would be hypergamma-globulinic with every stimulus you get. So you get good protection systemically, as shown with the protection against the lung, among other organs, depending on the virus. When you have a mucosal, and in this case, intranasal, what you do is you stimulate at the local level, so that the goal of that is not only to protect against disease, but to protect against acquisition, and by acquisition, transmission. And that's really the holy grail of the two pillars: durability, breadth, acquisition, transmission. That's what we're talking about today. So the transformational promise of this, faster immunity recall, so that if you get exposed to the virus, you hit it right where it enters. Infection and transmission blocking, and needle-free delivery. And again, no need to go over all of these. These are just some of the candidates that are in various stages: basic, preclinical, clinical. One example of something that's very close to what we're doing right on campus at the NIH is that Jeffrey Taubenberger and his colleagues are using now an intranasal mist of inactivated whole virus vaccine, which is aimed at getting broad protection against both human and beta coronaviruses. Okay, so what are the challenges ahead as we come to the close of this discussion on my part? Looking forward to the follow-ups. One, we need better validated animal models and methods to sample and quantify mucosal immune response. We lack really good correlates of protection. The potential delivery device considerations we need to expand. The theoretical safety concerns of some platforms, sticking a receptor binding domain in someone's nose, there could be a safety issue there. Unknown clinical trial designs and endpoints, regulatory pathways that need to be clarified, requirement, very hard and very important requirement for industrial partners. So what are the lessons we've learned from COVID-19 that we must apply looking forward? Consistent investments in basic science that leads to highly effective vaccine platforms and immunogens. We can't do concept development and early concept proving without fundamental basic research. We need to continue leveraging the resources that we have. One of the successes of the COVID trials was we leveraged the clinical trial network that we built over decades for HIV. We need to do that with these vaccines. Early partnership with industry and biotech in advanced development and manufacturing prior to the proof of efficacy, referred to as at risk. That led to unprecedented time frame for the availability of safe and effective vaccines. And finally, ending with something we all know: the cost of major investment of research pales in comparison to the cost of a pandemic. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic. What a great way to get our morning started. Now I'm going to turn it over to Donna Connell, who is our Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. And what do you need? And she will introduce our first panel. Don, thank you.
Good to see everybody. Thank you for bearing with us as we get situated here. We've got an esteemed panel. Let's get started. So to all of you, thank you so much for coming. To those of you that are watching the live stream, welcome. Delighted to have you with us. So my name, as they just mentioned, is Dawn O'Connell. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at HHS. And I'm delighted to be here to moderate a discussion with our panel on the importance of next generation vaccine manufacturing and design. And this is a topic of great importance to those of us at ASPR. Some of you may know that ASPR is home to the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA, which supports the development, as Tony just said, of vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics to respond to public health emergencies. ASPR is also home, as of January 2022, to the HHS Coordination, Operations, and Response Element, or HCOR. That leads the coordination of the acquisition and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics. This is actually the successor to the partnership between BARDA, HHS, and DoD that was Operation Warp Speed. So together with our partners, we have delivered more than 785 million COVID-19 vaccines, products that have saved millions of lives and prevented countless severe illnesses. As impactful as that work has been to get to this point, we know that this virus is dynamic and continues to change. We heard that multiple times this morning. And we don't believe that we will be able to fully manage this virus without the next generation of vaccines, which could provide, as we've heard this morning, longer, more durable protection against a range of variants, both known and unknown. So we are here to explore how we as government and industry can work together to advance next generation vaccines that are more durable, longer lasting, and allow us to keep pace with this ever-changing virus. So with that, I'd like to briefly introduce our panelists, and then we'll dive right into the discussion. So I'd like to welcome Paul Burton, Chief Medical Officer at Moderna, Mei Hu, Chief Executive Officer, Vaccinity, Angela Huang, President of the Biopharmaceuticals Group at Pfizer, Sandeep Reddy, Chief Medical Officer, Immunity Bio, and Dr. David Kessler, Chief Science Officer for the COVID-19 response. So welcome all panelists. We are so lucky to have this esteemed panel here, and let's pull them into this conversation. So Mei and Sandeep, this first question is going to be for you. We have developed safe and effective vaccines, as we've heard multiple times this morning, that have saved countless lives. The pandemic continues to pose challenges as new variants emerge. We're all experiencing that. And while our vaccines continue to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death, there's a need to develop, as we've talked about, next generation vaccines that provide longer duration of protection and broader immune protection. Okay, so could you provide your perspectives on the challenges and how your technology might be able to address these challenges? Mei, let's start with you. What are your perspectives on the challenges we face, and how will your technology bring us through and address these challenges?
There we go. So first of all, I'm humbled and extremely privileged to be here sharing the stage with innovators and leaders who responded to the pandemic so rapidly. So congratulations. I'm a mom, right? I have 3 young children, the youngest of which is an infant. And so I think about what type of vaccine I want to give my kids, my loved ones. And, that means one that works, right? That has broad coverage, and that's durable, has long-lasting effectiveness, but also ones that don't make you sick, and ones that are accessible to everyone that needs them. Because there's nothing more heart-wrenching as a parent than knowing that there's effective medicine out there that you can't get your kids, or that you don't have a choice to give your kids. So, our synthetic peptide vaccine addresses some of these in the sense that it's a multi-tope, right? It's a multi-tope vaccine that's focused on RBD, but as Dr. Fauci was saying before, it has multi-antigens there. And so we don't just go after the spike protein, but we also take important epitopes on the M and N proteins also, often in very conserved regions. So it seems in our data that we are able to generate longer lasting half-life antibodies, potentially, 2 or 3 times higher than the existing mRNA and even more against the inactivated. We've been tested against multiple variants and are very pleased with the results and extremely well tolerated. So virtually no systemic AEs like flu-like symptoms. And it's scalable and distributable. Which is important because it's not just us in the US fighting this. It's a global issue. So, from our perspective, the technology, the data is the one that's going to lead the way. And yet, so we haven't ourselves taken money from government yet, but I will tell you that public-private partnerships will dramatically accelerate and amplify our impact. And so I think it's important that we do so in a fiscally responsible way. And to echo others, in the first go-round of Operation Warp Speed, I think the government spent about $5 billion on vaccine R&D. So let's put that in perspective, right? $5 billion is about 0.1% of our pre-pandemic budget, 0.1%, or about 2 weeks of our time in Afghanistan. Or if you take the median family income in the US, 0.1% is about $80. That's $80 to prevent 2 million deaths in the US, 20 million globally. That's equivalent of $80 to, prevent 2.3 trillion in lockdown costs, or a 500 time return on money. I mean, who doesn't want a 500 times return on money? Not to mention that when you invest in those, Dawn, you actually bring brand new technology platforms to the forefront. So when we think about the mission to space, we had countless technologies come out of that, including, Teflon, cordless devices, water purification devices. And so I think it's important. And, we at Vaccinity, we're not just about COVID. We're about bringing the efficiency of vaccines to other chronic diseases. And anyway, I think it may have gone too long, but I think there are many challenges, but we are all equipped here in this room to take them on with the right resources and support.
May, thank you for that. And I think it's a critical point that you raise about the introduction of new platforms, things that we might use for this response or things that we might be able to use for the next response. So it's really an important service that, this innovation brings to the future and what's around the corner for us. Sandeep, want to turn it to you. So tell us a little bit about your technology and how you think it might overcome some of these challenges we're currently facing.
Sure thing. Thank you. And thanks for, inviting me to be here. It's very exciting. And I think it's an important topic, very timely. Basically my entire thought process, I think, echoes what Dr. Fauci has already talked about. So we have 3 separate platforms that we're developing, all of which follow along, I think, the same lines of logic. So the first one is that we need to have a universal vaccine platform, ultimately to get buy-in from the populace. There's been a lot of, I think, misinformation. And so to win back that, to be able to argue, here's a vaccine that you can take today that's going to give you long-term durable immunity, that's critical. But in order to do that, we need something that has broad applicability. So one of the strategies that we've taken is to use more than just an S target. So going beyond even just the S and RBD, but looking at actually N. So the nucleocapsid is relatively stable compared to the S target in terms of mutational frequency and is well conserved across multiple different coronaviruses. So with our adenovirus platform, we have an S plus N technology, and that's currently entering phase 3 in South Africa. And we chose to go to South Africa because it's sort of, the front lines in the battle, as it were, where there's emerging variants. And sadly, there's still a very significant unvaccinated percentage of the population. The second thing that we think is critical is to engage the T cell. And some of it is because our background, ImmuniBio, is really a cancer vaccine company. And we started as a cancer vaccine company. My disclosure is that I'm an oncologist, not an infectious disease physician. And so, coming from that perspective, we've one of the first meetings I was in when we talked about coronavirus was I was questioning, why do we need antibodies? And they wanted to kick me out of the room. But, at the end of the day, the truth is that we need both. Clearly, we need antibodies, but we also need T cells. In order to break the cycle of transmission, T cells will be necessary to clear virus. And we think that that's critical. And I think the last piece that's important that we've learned across the industry is the value of adjuvants. So if we could take a very, low cost, simple, easy to manufacture protein-based product, but combine that with an adjuvant that could give us that T cell boost and give us that pan immunity, I think we have something that at scale from a cost of goods perspective could be used universally. So these are three of the platforms we're looking at. So our RBD platform is actually the one that's now approved in India with a different adjuvant, and we're looking at an alternative adjuvant to combine with that to get an even greater T cell boost. So we've taken perhaps a slightly schizophrenic or shotgun approach because I'm not sure we know today which one is the winner or whether there is a winner. And I think to Dr. Fauci's slide, you have multiple different approaches that are in play, hopefully all of which will succeed, because I think the more options we have, the better it'll be for us in the future.
Thank you. We talk a lot about the benefits of having multiple shots on goal, to use one of our sports analogies. And so it's interesting to hear the different ways in which you guys are approaching that, Sandeep. So thank you for that. Let's turn to another question. This one will be for Angela and for David. The historic public-private partnerships we've talked about this morning a little bit already between the government and industry led to the development of first-generation vaccines on a timeline not previously seen. As we think about the development of the next generation vaccine and overcoming these challenges that we're talking about with this pandemic, the ever-changing variant compilations, what role do you see for the USG as we move forward? Angela, why don't we start with you and then we'll turn to David.
Well, thank you for the question, and also thank you for having all of us here today. Pfizer has just been honored to be in this journey together with the U.S. government and with the world. And we are, just deeply committed to finding solutions and continuing to be part of the solutions for the world. We've learned a lot from the time that we've had over the last several years. And I want to say the fundamental to our ability to bring this vaccine forward was an incredible partnership with the U.S. government. But I would say that there are some areas of learnings that I think we can build off of. As we've talked about today, to be able to solve a problem this big, this massive, it really takes just a tremendous amount of stakeholders and a tremendous amount of commitment, investment. We talked about investments at risk today, incredible innovation. But I also think that there are other enablers that really, I think, came to the forefront. And first, I will point to what we began. Dr. Fauci began his talk today about the incredible science that exists and how that needs to lead the way. And in order for us to continue to do that, we have to ensure a thriving innovation ecosystem. That means that we need to have protection, intellectual property rights, intellectual property respect, so that scientists and industry can continue to do their good work. So that's fundamental, fundamental sort of like cost of entry into this. But I think we learned a lot as well from the time that we've had and how we were able to bring a vaccine into the market at such unprecedented speed. And first, I would say that there is a learning and a continued work that we can do together to ensure that there is a fit-for-purpose regulatory approval process, right? So we can have a great drug, a great therapy, but if there's no way to get it onto the market and improved quickly, that does not help patients and does not help the public. So I think the flexibility and the fit-for-purpose way of looking at what is the issue at hand and what is the kind of approval that we need, I think is one key enabler. Secondly, the clinical trial process and the actual conducting of the trials and the recruitment of the trials was another area where speed really helped us. And I want to really talk about the use of digital technologies and virtual tools that enabled us to recruit at incredible speeds, but also to recruit in diverse communities, because we wanted to make sure that at least 30% of our clinical trials for community was represented by minorities. And in this instance, we were able to use telehealth consults. We were able to deliver to our patients' homes the product, the clinical trial product. We were able to conduct virtual visits and follow-ups. And all of this meant that we were able to bring the trial to the patient rather than have the patient come to a site that may be too far. And that's how we were able to increase the number of patients that we had hoped to have rather quickly. In fact, in just over 100 days, we recruited 47,000 patients, which is sort of unprecedented in the short time that we had. But I think what really helped us there was the application of technology and the ability to bring the trial to the patient's home. So I think that would be another area that we can continue to partner on and to build off of. Importantly as well, I want to say that the kinds of trial design was another enabler of speed. And here I want to point to adaptive clinical trial design. You know, typically you would go through the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but in this moment, we really didn't have the time to do that. So there's the incredible willingness of the FDA and other regulatory agencies around the world to partner with us and to really have robust conversations around what are the pre-specified endpoints and outcomes that we expect to see by when, and what are the safety measures and bar that we all want to aspire to be able to have that kind of discussion way up front and be able to then adapt our clinical trial designs according to that is what enabled us to get to the end quickly. So I think it would be great to be able to see the application of this kind of trial design beyond what we did just for the first COVID vaccine, but to other possible vaccines and to other possible therapies as well.
Angela, thank you for that. You know, it is interesting. One of the lessons we don't want to lose in this response are those adaptations we made together, where we were able to adjust quickly to be able to provide this very safe vaccine through clinical trial adaptation and the other pieces that you mentioned. So we want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that as we head into the next generation. Very important work. Now, David Kessler, you've been part of the government's response for the last several years. So you've seen this firsthand. What would you say is the role of the U.S. government moving forward with the next generation work?
To date, because of the effort of all of you, the collective we, have delivered 784 million doses of vaccine safely. As of today, there 601 million doses have gone in arms. That is historic. Go on, all of you, take a bow. I think that's the context. I think we recognize, we've heard this morning, there is a consensus that in light of all of that we need vaccines with longer duration and greater breadth of protection. I think we have that consensus. No one is, resting where we are. Our colleagues at the VRC and in industry, certainly just intramurally, as Dr. Fauci has said, extramurally, our colleagues are working, now on intranasal delivery to better protect against transmission, nanoparticle vaccines that include multiple antigenic determinants. That is underway. There is, from all of that gone on, there is an incredible team. You live at Dawn, your colleagues at ASPR, at BARDA, at FDA, at NIH, at CDC, at industry, at DOD, that are poised to overcome the challenges, develop the robust pipeline to support advanced development. I think we have to get these vaccines out there in the next generation. So we are exploring, the processes of going commercial, right, while still ensuring access for the un and underinsured. It's a very important thing that we have to continue to achieve. I think bottom line, there is an exceptionally strong case, for investment, right? I think both, the Congress, through their wisdom in the past, the capital markets, industry, I think that continues and really is essential.
David, thank you. And thank you for those reflections on the work that we've done and the work that needs to come and how energized the U.S. government is to see this work through. So, Paul, this question is for you. In the U.S. and globally, we've expanded manufacturing capacity to support global-scale manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines, including critical components necessary for manufacturing. From an industry perspective, how do we maintain this capacity for current vaccines, next-generation vaccines, and for future pandemics?
That's a great question, and thank you, Secretary Connell. It's a privilege to be here to represent Moderna today. Look, I think distributed manufacturing, which is really decentralized manufacturing, is a key part of the future. For Moderna, we have announced recently collaborations with governments in Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, Kenya as well, where we will actually be able to build plants, manufacturing facilities, R&D facilities in those countries, make product for that country, in that country, by that country. It's all part of an important ecosystem of health security, which I think many of the vaccines that we're fortunate enough to have today can bring to population. So that's very important. We certainly partner with manufacturing organizations, contract manufacturing organizations around the world. As vaccine technology continues to evolve, production of vaccines becomes more and more technically difficult, but the size of the facilities that we need to manufacture actually becomes smaller. mRNA is highly reproducible, can be made with high fidelity in very small manufacturing kits, but we can collaborate with those manufacturers. And also here in the United States, we've expanded manufacturing in our Norwood facility. So those are really the technical approaches that we're trying to bring for that decentralized manufacturing around the world. And I think the theme of all of the discussions is, we have to continue these discussions, continue these collaborations to instill confidence for people who at this critical juncture, critical part of the pandemic, have to have confidence, as Dr. Kessler said, 600 million doses in this country given alone. We know everything really there is to know about the safety profile of these amazing medicines. So getting that confidence and then the ability to get these shots made in countries and into people's arms, I think is how we're going to continue to get out of the pandemic through this endemic phase and then into the next generation of manufacture.
And, it's just an important point to talk about all you all have done globally to bring this forward and how important this capacity is for all parts of the world. And so, the investments we're making now, we will have to leverage moving forward. And unfortunately, it looks like we're having multiple opportunities to do that. So thank you for that, Paul. Appreciate it. We have some questions from the audience. So I want to make sure that we get these in while we have the opportunity. Now, this question's a little provocative, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it, and then we'll kick it over to our panelists. And we don't have the benefit of FDA on this panel. We have the benefit of a former FDA commissioner, Dr. Kessler, but you don't need to speak on behalf of FDA, of course. The question is, how long will it take for these vaccines to get to licensure? Now, without having an FDA person on the panel to respond to exactly how FDA might approach this, what I'd encourage our panelists to talk about is the way in which you would accelerate getting your data forward, doing your clinical trials quickly, so FDA at the proper time would be able to evaluate it. So, Paul, why don't we start with you?
Yep. Thanks, Dawn. I can say just a few comments. So I think, transparency of data is fundamental to everything. Getting it out into publications, preprint servers today, describing it publicly is key. That gives people confidence, continues to give them confidence. I would say that we were able to go from the recent VRPAC meeting to actually manufacturing a vaccine today that contains BA.4/5, and that was probably under a month ago. So I think we can manufacture very quickly. We can get into animal studies quite quickly. I would say the debate now that will go on in a august community like this and socially is, what degree then of animal data do we need versus human trial clinical data do we need? That will certainly determine how quickly we can get to application and licensure. But throughout the whole pandemic, I think what we've been able to do is really partner with regulators around the world, certainly the FDA here in the US. And we've learned so much about rapidly, but with great quality and certainly never sacrificing safety, how we really can speed these applications down to weeks.
Maybe, what is your perspective here?
So I think the theme of this summit is really about partnership, and it's about engaging early together with the regulatory authorities to understand what's needed, right? Especially in this changing dynamic. The situation is constantly evolving, and to be flexible and to be reactive and to be adaptive to that, I think is incredibly important, especially for a small company like us to know what does the agency want to see? What do they need to see? And to know that up front as best as we can. LMICs are a core part of our strategy. And so we're working with multiple globally recognized regulators, both high income and low and middle income, on accelerated approval pathways. And, I think engagement is the critical path, and being in front and having an open discourse. That's at least our wish. And I think the FDA has done a fantastic job, obviously, since the beginning of 2020 in doing that. So I would hope that it would continue.
Great. Thank you, May. Angela, how would Pfizer approach this?
Well, I think the theme, we've talked about here a lot already, and I just want to, I agree and concur that engagement, constant dialogue, there's no substitute for that, right? An understanding of what are the agency's goals, what are the requirements, and then how can we meet them in a flexible and creative way, especially in a time of the pandemic. The only way you can do that is to do that, constantly with each other. So I can't underscore the importance of a continued and excellent and collaborative, relationship, which I do believe we've had, and is actually we reap the success of that relationship that we've had, and the scientific exchange has been, so vital. The other thing is what I mentioned, which is, as a company, what are the ways and how can we reimagine how work can be done to cut out white space and to be able to bring the same outcomes, but in faster, right? So the application of technology, digital, new protocols, the examples that I've used previously are the ways that we have and we will continue to innovate around to ensure that we can get out there faster and better. But maybe one thing we haven't talked about today is the importance of real-world evidence. We've just talked about how many people in America have had the vaccine, and actually around the world, probably 2.5 billion people have received the Pfizer vaccine. That's an incredible wealth of real-world evidence that we're sitting on. And so I think that we have a great opportunity, having that strong depth and breadth of data, to use that to also help us to understand and how can we design new therapies, but also how can we apply it to the public in a to facilitate, to expedite, and to be able to gain access quickly so that the public can really benefit from this.
Thank you. That's a really good point. Sandeep, how would you all approach this?
Yeah, I think obviously I agree with my colleagues, but I think one of the most important and really prescient issues is identifying what would be appropriate correlates of protection that regulatory agencies would be willing to accept for approval. It's very clear that that actually is something that is at the forefront in other jurisdictions. So, for example, in India, there's a vaccine that was approved based literally on scientific data showing that it generates a sufficient immunologic response. And, when we're talking about shortening these timeframes, I think the reality is in a world where, you guys can tell me how many 100 million people or billion people have been vaccinated, right? 2.5 billion at least. It's going to be very difficult to do a traditional endpoint type study, but it's very easy and very rapid to do a correlates of protection type study. And for us, I think we look at it not just in terms of humoral response, but also cellular mediated response. What is a sufficient and clear goal? What's the goalpost that we need to hit in industry? If that was known, that would make it very easy to design those trials. And I think going forward, that's going to be critical to get us to where we need to be. When we think about, and I'll just pick up one of the points that Paul made, when we think about, for example, self-amplifying RNA, from a manufacturing perspective, we don't need massive scale. We can do this, but what we don't have is unlimited number of patients. And so having some alternative way to be able to identify success and identify success rapidly, I think that's a very critical need at this juncture.
Thank you for that. David, any additional thoughts or comments?
I am absolutely 100% confident through the leadership of FDA. I think we have seen they have risen to the occasion. They are creative. They are nimble when it comes to these vaccines. I have a great deal of confidence. I do think there are hard questions ahead of us, right? With the vaccines, with the effectiveness, the very high effectiveness against serious disease. What is, quote, better going forward? Is a hard question. I think we're getting closer on not necessarily a perfect correlate, but with correlates that will help us. I am concerned. I think one of the big impediments over the last several years is I think we have been, I am enormously grateful to our international colleagues, but for the Israeli data, but for the UK data, right? That has been essential. I think we are too reliant, on some of the international, they're great. But your point, Angela, on real world evidence data, that very strong epidemiological data, I think is absolutely critical. And we have a long way to go to develop those systems.
Very good points. Another question from the audience. One of the historical challenges for vaccines is the mismatch between the money needed to develop them and the ability of those who need them to pay. How do you foresee a path forward for public-private partnership that threads this needle? So we've talked already about the public-private partnerships and the need for that, but how do we manage this piece? Anyone want to try to take a first stab? Angela.
We've had tremendous learnings from the distribution of the Pfizer vaccine into the developing world. And if I think about the lessons learned, I think you can look at them sort of in two chunks. The first is, how do you get the vaccine distributed there? And then secondly, you have to look at how do you actually get the vaccine used? And I think on the first part, the ability to supply, we were able to meet that challenge, and we were able to meet that challenge really well. In fact, of all the vaccines that were distributed in the world in 2021, 1 billion of that went to the developing world. So I think in terms of equitable distribution and the ability for people to access it, they were able to do that. I think what we learned, unfortunately, is that the ability for these countries to utilize them was a different thing. And there are large issues related to vaccine confidence, misinformation, ability just to have, enough healthcare professionals administer the vaccine. And so if you look at sort of the last mile challenges and the complexity of what that takes for someone to actually get the vaccine, I think that we did not spend enough time there. And so one of the things that is going to be really important, or has become important, but will continue to be important in order for everyone in the world to receive the vaccine, is healthcare system strengthening. It's everywhere. I would say that's in parts of our country, but also very, very, visibly in the developing world. And it's one of the reasons why, as a company, we have advanced on our thinking, and we are in an agreement and in partnership with several African countries, actually as part of a different initiative that we have launched called an Accord for the Healthier World, which goes beyond vaccines. It's about making all of Pfizer's innovative products available at a non-for-profit price to developing world and to the low-income countries. Part of that is not just about distributing and dropping the medicines off. A big part of that is about understanding what is needed for capacity building, healthcare system strengthening, and bringing together, talk about partners, more partners in these countries, so that we can really understand what it takes to be able to administer and receive the vaccine, not just supply it. So I think the supply part was something we understood really well. I think the remainder last mile part is something that we need, I think, the entire world to focus more on.
Absolutely. Paul, did you want to jump in?
Just very quickly, Don, I know there's going to be a panel later on equity as well. Clearly, we partner with COVAX, CEPI, Gavi, other major institutions around the world. But I think just bringing it closer to home, Medicare will clearly take care of people over 65. There's the Vaccines for Children initiative for those younger kids. I think the people between 18 and 65, those underinsured, uninsured, is very important. And I would just call out the initiative of the president, the Vaccines for Adults initiative, which I think is extremely insightful, providing access there for vaccines that would be ACIP endorsed, I think is a tremendous step forward in access.
Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. May?
Yeah, so I think when problems are global, we have to proactively address them as global and not have the rest of the world as an afterthought, right? When you think of it as a global launch, I think you prepare and think about all the things that need to happen. Fortunately, vaccines are one of the most prolific medicines in our history, right? Over 80% of the people, even pre-COVID, were vaccinated. And because of that prolificness and that accessibility, they've been one of the most impactful medicines, probably doubling our life expectancy over the last 100+ years. I think technology really is an enabler there. So yes, we can find a vaccine that works, but can it be scalable? Can it be cost effective enough that it can get to and can be affordable? And can it be distributable, right? So can you make it so that it doesn't require cold chain storage? Can you make it so that it can survive anywhere a Coke can go, right? To every part. And I think the technology is really has historically been our equalizer and our enabler. And that's where we should look at to solve these problems. Technology has always equaled equity. Look at the printing press, right? Prior to the printing press, books were the most expensive commodity on earth. They were more expensive than gold by weight. It's because they had to be handmade and monks had to literally write them. Then the printing press came around and we democratized the book, right? I think that's where technology comes in. So how do we democratize vaccines? And I think we're on our way, but ultimately technology has always helped us make that exponential leap to create equity across the globe. So that's where I would focus on new.
Thank you, May. Sandeep, did you want to get into?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, I agree with what particularly what May just said. I think it's interesting. So we've been fortunate enough to put together about 1 million square feet of manufacturing capacity without taking any public money. And the reason is that we started, again, as I mentioned earlier, as a cancer vaccine company, so we were able to pivot. And really the underlying point is that there is capacity. There's significant capacity. And the question is, what is it used for, right? So that's number one. Number two, the ability to produce vaccines at scale at low cost is not an issue. right? I mean, that's, as Maymay pointed out, the majority of the world is vaccinated against a variety of different diseases. So we can do it. It's just, what is the right vaccine and how fast can we get it out there? Now, as we move into this next generation of vaccines, what's exciting is the ability to possibly lyophilize these and take us out of cold chain. I think, and I don't want to steal from the upcoming panels, but it'll be very interesting to hear about mucosal delivery. I think getting IgA and getting, reduced transmissibility will be very exciting. If we could get into that type of environment where a lower dose can be used, right? A much lower dose. Now the scalability becomes very approachable, right? The COGS go down dramatically. If there's a several log reduction in the dose, there's a several log reduction in what we need to do to manufacture it. So the underlying point is that absolutely technology is here. I don't think it's coming. I think it's here, and we just have to apply that technology appropriately. So it'll be very interesting to hear about vaccine equity, but I think we have the solutions. We just have to implement them correctly.
Wonderful. David, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah. Can I just to underscore a point that Dr. Fauci made earlier? The investment didn't begin for COVID in 2020. Investment began for COVID, right? You go back Moderna years ago, BioNTech, Pfizer years ago, the NIH, a decade plus. That's what we built. The current response. That's what we have to recognize, right? And that investment in that basic research through the American people, through their Congress, right? You can't just pull a vaccine out today when you need it. You have to pull it, as my colleagues have taught me well, based on all that science that has gone in the years past. That's what the investment has to be.
So I'm going to do something unusual for our last question. We're down to our last 2 minutes. I'd like each panelist to tell me what you think the benefit of this next generation vaccine is going to be to the American people, to the world, if we can land it. What will it mean to people? People are exhausted. They're tired of COVID. They've been struggling with this for 2.5 years. If we can get this next generation vaccine, what will that mean? 1 or 2 words, 1 or 2 sentences, and we'll just keep moving down the line. Paul, start with you.
Well, look, I think it will give confidence, a way to finally leapfrog the virus, get out of the pandemic phase, truly into endemic phase, and cement a foundation for coming pandemics, which sadly, as Dr. Fauci and others said earlier, will doubtless be a part of the future.
Maymay, what will this next generation vaccine mean to America and to the world?
I think it'll set an example to folks that we can do it and that we can tackle other diseases plaguing humanity, right? That we can tackle scientific problems together, that we can build trust with the public successfully, that we can save lives by working collaboratively, and that we can set up new platform technologies that can then be leveraged for other diseases. And like I said, we're working on COVID vaccine, but that investment is broader than that. It can, we're working on vaccinating for Alzheimer's, migraine, heart attack, and stroke. These things are not just singular in their impact. They build on each other. They're exponential. And I think that showing an example for that will mean a lot for everyone.
Angela, what will this next generation vaccine mean?
I think that the ability to create a next generation vaccine will just demonstrate once again that as a country, as an industry, and as a scientific community, we have the tools, we have the expertise and the ability to rise to the challenge, whatever that challenge is. And so that should create a great deal of confidence and security in who we are as a scientific community. I think importantly for all of us who are just citizens, I think just relief, healthy living, the ability to conduct life in the way that we want.
Sandeep, what will this mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think normalcy, whatever that means, right? Whatever that means. But also, I think ultimately cross-reactivity and memory from a vaccine will give us the confidence to, if not just this pandemic, but as Dr. Fauci mentioned, we've had 3 essentially in the last 20 years. But let's get rid of this pandemic, but the next one too, and the next one and the next one. And if we have that ability to prevent, that's really what we want out of a vaccine is prevention.
David, what will this mean?
I think the current vaccines have shown that they can prevent. You don't have to die. You don't have to be seriously end up in an ICU. I think that's what the current vaccines have done. But we don't know, how this virus may continue to mutate and come back in a stronger form. And I think a next generation vaccine will safeguard and be able to allow us to avoid the death and disability from COVID in the long run.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank all of the panelists. You can tell how lucky we are to have such strong partnerships with innovative thinkers, people who are facing this complexity with vigor and creativity and, a desire to get us out of this pandemic and to help us get to this next generation vaccine. So I want to thank each of the panelists. I want to thank the audience for the questions that we received. It was terrific to hear from you, to know what was on your mind. And I think we're going to break now for lunch. And those of you that are live streaming, we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you, everybody.
Powell. I'm privileged to be the moderator of this second panel. We're going to talk about innovation in vaccine delivery. And so, as you heard from my friend about how it's possible, we can turn up 3 days with this. So we have a distinguished. We're going to have fun talking about the science of vaccine delivery. I'm going to take off my mask now, and since we are supposedly going to be articulating in a particularly clear and coherent way, and I have with me people who are going to fill you in with some of the most interesting developments that are happening. In Tony Fauci's really remarkable summary this morning, he talked about 2 major ways in which we can see the future of vaccines for COVID evolving. One being the way in which one can come up with ways to immunize against common antigens or perhaps do the major multiplex Mosaic thing. But the other thing he mentioned was mucosal administration, which happens to be not the only way that we might come up with vaccine deliveries that are not the same as what we're all used to with needles into arms. And we are going to hear about that from this group, both in terms of nasal and also microneedles. And we also have distinguished basic science expertise about the immune system and particularly how it relates to this topic. And we're also going to have the chance to have a real world estimate about how this would all be seen as a useful addition to the public's opportunities to take advantage of vaccines. So let me quickly introduce the speakers who are here in alphabetical order, and then I will ask each of them to speak for exactly 4 minutes, or less would be all right. And then we'll engage in a bit of a conversation about issues. And then we're ready also to take your questions. I've already gotten a couple of questions that have been submitted. Maybe there will be others in the course of the next little bit. So next to me is Dr. Miao He, who is the founder and chief executive officer of CyanVac LLC. Next to him, Dr. Akiko Iwasaki, who is the Sterling Professor of Immunology and Molecular, Cellular, and Developmental Biology at Yale University. Next, Marty Moore, who is founder and chief scientific officer of Mucosal Vaccines. Next, Mark Prausnitz, chief scientific officer of Micron Biomedical. And finally, Michelle Smith, director of the Office of Health Equity and HIV Elimination, Arkansas Department of Health. I couldn't help but notice in looking at the bios that 3 of our members of the panel have connections with Georgia, and I don't know what to say about that. I just had to comment. University of Georgia, Emory, and Georgia Tech are all represented here in various ways. So something about their ability to do innovative things, or maybe having the CDC next door has something to do with it. Anyway, welcome to all of you. I'm going to go in a particular order because I think it might build this way from sort of the basic science to the public application. So first, I'm going to ask Dr. Iwasaki to give us her 4 minutes of what is most important to get this conversation going. And you may need to get close to the microphones. I noticed in the first panel that if people were a bit far back, it was hard to hear because I was sitting in the back row. So please.
Hi, my name is Akiko Iwasaki. Can you hear me in the back? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I'm a professor of immunobiology at the Yale University School of Medicine and an investigator at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. I've spent most of my scientific career studying mucosal immunity and developing mucosal vaccines against viruses. I'm here today to talk about nasal vaccines to help end this pandemic. And so as you know, SARS-CoV-2 is a virus that's transmitted in the air. We inhale these viral particles. They land on our nose, our mouth, our throat, and on the lung and start the replication process. Currently, the conventional vaccines do not induce mucosal immunity, although it induces very robust systemic immune responses that circulate in the bloodstream. So decades of research have shown that mucosal immunity requires mucosal vaccination. So mucosal vaccine induce local immune responses that are compartmentalized and specialized, such as IgA that's secreted into the mucus layer, and it can capture the virus before it even enters the host cell. Even if that fails, there are tissue-resident memory T cells and B cells that can be established in these mucosal organs to quickly eliminate infected cells before the virus has a chance to spread. And so this would result in reducing not only infection, but transmission as well as it reducing the burden of disease within the infected individual, because we're stopping the virus from spreading right at the border. This is akin to putting a guard outside of the house in order to patrol for invaders, compared to putting the guards in the hallway of a building in the hope that they would capture the invader. So how do we elicit these mucosal immune responses? Well, most licensed vaccines that are used in humans are currently live attenuated pathogens, which cannot be used in immunocompromised individuals. However, we came up with a new strategy called Prime and Spike, which leverages the immune responses elicited by conventional vaccines like the mRNA vaccine, and convert that into mucosal immunity by spraying into the nose recombinant spike protein or mRNA encoding the spike protein that's encapsulated into immunosilent nanoparticles. Using this prime and spike strategy, we are able to inhibit infection, transmission, as well as disease burden in animal models. I'm a co-founder of a company called Xanadu Bio, which is trying to raise enough funds in order to take this to human clinical trial. However, we are not there yet. It's still very early stage. So I'm really here to talk about, the need for the collaboration between the government, the private sector, and the academia in order to bring these innovative strategies forward as quickly as possible. And you will hear other creative strategies from the panelists here today, but it's very important to note that we need to move quickly to start testing these nasal vaccines in humans, and that requires a significant U.S. government input, both resource and help with manufacturing and delivery, as well as acceptance across the society. So I'm really happy to be here on the panel.
Thank you very much. Now let's hear about two of the different approaches to nasal vaccines. I'll begin with Dr. He. Please tell us about what CyanVac is doing.
Hello. My name is Biao. So in case you're intimidated by three vowels in my name, it's pronounced meow with a B. So don't forget B with meow with a B. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm really excited to be here to tell you about the progress we have been making to develop a human intranasal vaccine platform. I am Fred Davidson Chair of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Georgia College of Veterinary Medicine, and as well as Dr. Collins mentioned, I am the founder and the CEO of CyanVac. And Dr. Fauci mentioned, and Dr. Iwasaki mentioned as well, the infection of many pathogens to human came through respiratory tract, which often means nose. And then we really need to find a way to stop the virus where it enters us. So for past 25 plus years, we have been developing a human intranasal vaccine system, uses a nasal spray to deliver an antigen, to immunize people. So I look around, I suspect many of you have dogs at home. And if you have dogs, you most likely have your dogs vaccinated with the kennel cough vaccine. So kennel cough vaccine is given to your dogs through dripping the vaccine into the nose of your dogs. So in the dogs, we have been using this vaccine for over 40-some years now. So in past 20-some years, so we have been essentially to re-engineer near the component of this kennel cough vaccine. So we repurposed the virus in this kennel cough vaccine called the parainfluenza virus 5, PIV5, to use it as a human intranasal vaccine platform. So using this human intranasal vaccine platform, we have, of course, developed many vaccine for nasal inoculation, for instance, respiratory syncytial virus, and of course, most recently, we pivot to do COVID-19 virus vaccine. So the vaccine is right now in human clinical trial in the US. So we're very excited to be here then to tell you about what we do in this vaccine and this platform system. And last but not least, I really want to thank my collaborators and supporters over the years to make us go this far. One of the places I really want to thank you is NIH. So, it's as they mentioned, and I think Dr. Kessler and Dr. Fauci mentioned it. If you look at the slide, I'm very happy he put our company on one of the intranasal vaccine that's supported by NIH, because over the years, when I started as an assistant professor, I had this idea. Back then, I didn't know our vaccine vector would really work for whatever we're doing now, right? We got funding from NIH. NIAID mostly supported us for over the years. So I'm really, really grateful. So I'm here and I'm excited about what we're doing, and I'm very hopeful and very optimistic that our intranasal vaccine platform system, as well as our intranasal COVID-19 vaccine, will contribute to control of the COVID-19 virus infection. So I will stop here.
Thanks very much. Dr. Marty Moore, another representative of a company that's in the leading role here trying to develop intranasal vaccines at MISA. Tell us about your approach.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Marty Moore. I'm a PhD virologist, co-founder and chief scientific officer of, it's pronounced Mesa Vaccines, which is a clinical vaccine biotech. So, the pandemic really exposed the vulnerability of America's health and way of life to viruses. As we heard today, fortunately, life-saving injectable vaccines were rapidly and successfully deployed, saving over 2 million lives. So why are we here talking about the need for new, different vaccines? Let me paint you a picture of two futures. The first future is the road we're on, where the vaccine is essentially transmitting and spreading unchecked. And this drives the evolution of new variants and outbreaks. The virus is mutating faster than our ability to manage vaccines, and not enough people are getting boosters. These injectable vaccines do a great job at preventing severe disease, but they do little to prevent infection and transmission is the engine of variant evolution. So in this future, right, COVID is consists of rolling outbreaks of disease disruption, and the alternate future. So what's the alternate future? Well, the alternate future is based on a successful roadmap, the path we took with polio virus. Okay, the first polio vaccine, like the Operation Warp Speed of its day, was injectable, was rapidly developed. It worked and it saved lives, but that wasn't enough for polio, and it's not going to be enough for COVID-19, because vaccines that you administer with a needle don't prevent viruses like this from entering your body. To do that, you need mucosal immunity, as Akiko said. Okay, so subsequently, the generation of a second generation polio vaccine did this. It provided this frontline immunity, it reduced transmission, and this was the key to controlling polio globally. We can follow in these footsteps. We can develop transmission blocking COVID-19 vaccines as an end-game strategy. How doable is this? What do we really know about mucosal immunity and COVID? Well, we're still learning. We know that SARS-CoV-2 infection itself can prevent reinfection. It actually does so better than injectable vaccines. We know that infection stimulates mucosal immune responses in your nose, and that natural infection can prevent reinfection from variants. How long does this natural immunity last? We're not certain, but the data point to 1 or 2 years, which is not bad. But this natural immunity comes at too high a cost, right? Disease. Our goal in developing nasal vaccine is to replace infection with a safe nasal vaccine that gives you similar or hopefully better mucosal immunity. I do think nasal vaccines can work better than natural immunity. At our company, Mesa, what we've done is we're developing a live viral intranasal COVID-19 vaccine that preclinically showed induction of mucosal immunity, systemic immunity, had high efficacy. We've enrolled approximately 100 subjects in a phase 1 clinical study. And thus far, we're seeing great safety with no what's called vaccine shedding and promising immune responses. So we're poised for acceleration. And our technology has been studied for another virus and 3 other phase 1 clinical trials. Look, we know from 200 years of vaccinology, going back to Jenner's smallpox vaccine, that vaccines that mimic natural infection tend to work best. They can be broad, they can be durable, they can block transmission. Okay, so this is our goal, but no one here today can tell you that mucosal COVID vaccines work. We're not there yet. We need clinical efficacy data to answer that question, and that's why we're here talking to you. So clinical efficacy plus immune correlate studies together can answer the questions, not just do these vaccines work, but how do they work? And that could not only potentially deliver this knockout blow to COVID, a transmission blocking vaccine, but also provide valuable information about vaccines to fight this virus and future pandemics.
Thanks very much. Now for something completely different, let's move from the nose to a new way to utilize the skin. And let's hear from the CSO of Micron, Mark Prausnitz, who will tell us about microneedles.
Well, I'd like to tell you about a different delivery technology that looks like this, a small patch that can be applied to the skin, a simple press, leave it in place a few minutes, peel it off, and discard it. We think that this can not only make vaccines more readily accessible, but also improve their immunogenicity. So I'm Mark Prausnitz. I'm representing Micron Biomedical today based on technology that was developed with support from NIH, NSF, CDC, Gates Foundation, and others at Georgia Tech, and has now been commercialized for the last few years via Micron Biomedical. So this patch targets vaccine delivery to the skin. The skin is another surface on our body. The body is equipped to mount immune responses especially well to pathogens that appear on the surfaces, because that's, of course, where they first appear. So what we and others have found is that if you vaccinate in the skin, you can get a more robust immune response as compared to vaccinating deeper in the body, such as in the muscle. Indeed, the only human disease that has been eradicated, smallpox, was done through vaccination in the skin. So in addition to that example, in the studies that have been done with other vaccines, what we have seen is longer lasting immune responses, broader immune responses, stronger immune responses, dose sparing enabled by skin vaccination. And for these reasons, we're optimistic that skin vaccination can offer a number of immunological advantages. But what also drives this are the logistical advantages. You saw how simple it was to apply one of these patches. In fact, in the clinical trial we did on flu vaccination, we included a group where self-administration by the subjects was part of the study. They saw a few PowerPoint slides, they applied the patches, the results were just as good as when a nurse applied those patches. So we do envision a future where certainly administration by minimally trained personnel could be done of a special value in rural settings and in developing country settings, and potentially even self-administration when that's appropriate. These microneedles are as long as a piece of paper is thick. And so as a result, you barely feel them. They don't hurt. You don't see them. They don't look scary. And so as a result, acceptability of the vaccination should be higher. When the needles enter the skin, they contact the fluids inside the body where they dissolve. So you get the added benefit of a dry vaccine that is more thermostable. And we've shown for some vaccines that we can store them for 2 years at 40 degrees Celsius. So as hot as it gets in London a few days ago. And they're able to maintain that stability for years. But you don't have to redissolve it before you inject it. You take the dry formulation, you stick it on the skin, and it dissolves away in the skin, leaving no sharps waste. So that sharps waste disposal is no longer an issue. Manufacturing can also be done at a cost that's comparable to a pre-filled syringe. So we're optimistic about the future of vaccination that can be more accessible to people as well as be more immunogenic. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Now let's hear from Dr. Michelle Smith from the Arkansas Department of Health. Is this all going to make sense to people who are looking for a way to prevent illness?
Well, I hope so. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm also very excited to be on this panel. Thank you to the organizers. Because a public health professional, our job is to learn this information, digest it, and then put it out to the masses so that they can understand all of this fancy jargon and patches and everything. So as a reminder to public health professionals, I just want to encourage everyone to remember to always put public trust, trying to build public trust at the forefront of your work, because no matter how groundbreaking, how effective, how cool these patches are, if they aren't utilized and people don't have access to them, then they won't do what they're designed to do, and that is to save lives and protect the economy. So how can we work from moving your advances from the lab and bringing them into American homes? First, I'm going to talk briefly about what Arkansas has been doing in terms of vaccine delivery. And then I want to highlight 3 Arkansans and highlight how these advances could help them. So first, to offer some context about Arkansas, our population is mostly rural. We have about 3 million people. We have high rate of comorbidities such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. And before COVID, our office worked with non-traditional partners such as barbers, beauticians, fraternities, sororities, HBCUs, and faith-based networks. So when COVID did come along, we were already well established in these networks. And so they could trust us already. And so we were able to quickly mobilize them to help us. They were like our boots on the ground. We would give them factual information about vaccines, about COVID, wearing masks. And we had town halls, webinars, fact sheets. And so it was great to already have that trust built into our network. So then they could take that information and then spread it out to individuals in their network. One example of how we used a health equity lens to vaccinate or ensure that vaccinations were accessible in minority populations is that we listened to a sorority when they called us and said that they had been calling the pharmacies and weren't able to get on a waiting list, much less make an appointment. So we listened to that. Based on that concern, we reached out to the Arkansas Pharmacists Association and we asked them to open more slots for minorities in their communities. And once that worked, we said we need to expand this. And so we developed health equity strike teams where we would go to communities, minority communities, and bring the vaccinations to them. We had teams in low vaccination counties, and we used lay people, we used pastors as volunteers. Because again, that trust, they knew someone, they were familiar with them, and that encouraged them to come get tested. Partnering with the Arkansas Pharmacists Association also gave us access to pharmacies that had these sub-zero refrigerators. A lot of the small pharmacies did not. And, that's one of the advances that I'm excited about when you don't have to have that sub-zero temperature. This will allow us to go into more rural communities and vaccinate without having to have a network, which was good. We did have a network where the pharmacies would share with the others that didn't have that. But if they don't have to have that barrier, then we can vaccinate more individuals. So as a result of our health equity strike teams is what we call it, we had 127 vaccination clinics. And just from our team alone, we vaccinated over 19,000 minorities. Now, if I can, I want to just put a face to some of these numbers. I want to talk about some individuals and how they could have benefited from these things. First, I want to talk about Rosie Lucas. She was a community member she actually helped us when we first started doing our testing. She called people, made sure they came out to get tested. Well, Rosie, who happens to be my aunt. Oh, okay. She was admitted to the hospital because she did not want to get vaccinated. She was, a little leery of the needle. So some of these nasal injections, this would definitely help her. And this impacted me because, of course, that was my family member. But I'm getting an eye over here, so maybe I can go back and talk about some of the other Arkansans that can benefit from this. But I want to end with a note to everyone up here to remember not only the adults, but the younger generation. I've come in contact with some kids that will blow your mind. And because they're watching the news, these types of things excite them. But we don't have a lot of diversity. And so I think that's another way to build trust. When we have 20 years from now, another panel like this, and we have African Americans, Latinos up here, then they can go into their network and talk about these advances. And then we'll have, greater access to these technologies.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry for giving you the eye. So let's get into some questions here that I might throw at my panelists without having warned them, but these aren't too bad. One thing I think when it comes to the use of nasal immunization, the one that people are familiar with in terms of a human application is for influenza, and it's flu mist. And there's a general sense that it was okay, but maybe it wasn't quite as good as people had hoped. What did we learn from that? And is there some lesson there in terms of how you would apply this for COVID? Maybe I'll ask Dr. He to start that response.
And that's a really good question because in animal, in veterinarian field, we've been using Kendall cough vaccine for over 40 years now. It's been used really well, and there's great acceptance of the Kendall cough vaccine, and they continue to be a vaccine that's been used. And for influenza vaccine, and I'm a big fan of flu mist. So some of you may have gotten it, and it's really a wonderful vaccine. And I think the lessons for me from scientific point of view to learn was that it went through a lot of difficulties in developing it. It's not because it's not a good vaccine. It's a wonderful vaccine. And you just get a spray in the nose. You don't have to get an injection, right? How easy is that? But the issue when you do something new, when you do something novel, right? It's exciting, but it's hard. Innovation is hard. I want to point this out. We have been doing this as pointed out, for 20 some years now for intranasal vaccine, right? So the lessons we learned, and as in the early panel, we talked about what is immunocorrelate, right? In the case of influenza virus for flu mist and MediImmune, which later acquired by AstraZeneca. I mean, I know those people who worked on the project. They were fantastic, scientists. And yet when they do this, they have been to deal with what is the immunocorrelate you can use because it's a new vaccine. So traditional flu vaccine, we have a immunocorrelate. It's called HAI titer. And you do that, you can basically very quickly get approval. So when you do something new and innovative, and then what would be the immunocorrelate? Because this time you're using a live virus. And can you look at the IgA, or can you look at the the cellular immune response? All those kind of things which are critical for the efficacious effectiveness of flu mist, but there is no standard from FDA. So this is one of those things I hope when we move forward with the COVID vaccines for intranasal. I'm sure Marty was thinking about the same thing, right? And early on,
yes.
Yeah, what would be the criteria, right? What would be the immunocorrelate we're going to use to move this forward to get a approval, the BLA.
So you've raised it. Let me ask Marty, what would you say from your perspective would be most helpful here?
Sure. Let me back up and say, when flu mist was at its peak, it wasn't just an approved vaccine. It had a preferential recommendation in children over the flu shot. And the reason for that preferential recommendation is that it had better efficacy. And if you look at the data, what can we learn from flu mist? Well, it was more durable. And in the so-called school mist studies, it showed that it could reduce transmission. So these are the principles of mucosal immunization that we're aiming for. Now, what happened with flu mist? Obviously, it fell off. And I think without getting into the weeds, these are influenza-specific and manufacturing issues. But at its peak, when it was made correctly, it was an outstanding vaccine, especially in children who are more seronegative to influenza.
Thanks. It's helpful to have that clarified.
But the correlative protection question is a good one. So, this additional efficacy in children that we saw with flu mist did not correlate with the HAI titer, right? So there's something else, and that's when you're using a live viral vaccine, especially if it's mucosal, there's a double-edged sword. You're stimulating a broad immune response, innate, adaptive, cellular. You're not hanging everything on a serum antibody response. So it's more difficult to measure these mucosal immune responses. And I think Dr. Fauci brought that up in his initial presentation that, we need to better understand mucosal immunity. Well, we also just need more standard assays to study it, among us.
Yes.
So I think we could make some progress there.
And that was on his list that I quickly copied down of 7 barriers for making progress in mucosal application of vaccines. Let me ask Dr. Iwasaki, one of the things that I think you've written about is how it seems to work particularly well if you have a standard injectable vaccine and then you boost with a nasal vaccine. Can you say something about that? And for the case of COVID-19, where we hope a lot of people will have gotten that initial vaccine, is there something special there that we should pay attention to?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Just to kind of round out the flu mist question, one of the issues about the flu mist and other sort of live attenuated pathogens is that once you develop enough antibody against the actual vaccine, the immunogenicity declines over time. So that's one issue that we need to keep in mind, that if we're going to be boosting over and over through the nasal route, we should be really paying attention to what kind of platform we're going to be using over the long run. And just to come back to Dr. Francis Collins' question, indeed, our approach is actually leveraging the pre-existing immunity that's generated by the intramuscular vaccines. And how it works is that you generate these memory T cell response that's circulating, and we leverage those T cell memory to serve as natural adjuvant. So most vaccines require both antigen and adjuvant. Antigen is the target that B cells and T cells see, and the adjuvant is the molecule that stimulates the innate immune response. Without the adjuvant, it's very difficult to engage adaptive immune response. However, what we found is that these memory T cells can serve the function of adjuvant altogether and not requiring any adjuvant to be delivered as a nasal spray when we do the prime and spike approach. And the other advantage, I guess, would be that because we can use the mRNA that's conjugated, complexed into a nanoparticle, that platform will not suffer from pre-existing immunity. There's no antibody against the nanoparticle or the mRNA itself to block that from becoming effective. So there are a few advantages. Every platform that we have here have pros and cons, and I'm just raising some of them.
That's really helpful. Let's talk again about microneedles. So Dr. Prausnitz, it sounds like there's a real promise here. I'm not sure I got a clear sense, though, about how this compares with intramuscular injection or nasal vaccination, if what you're trying to do, which is really important right now for COVID-19, is to prevent transmission. Do we have any way of guessing how that works for microneedles applied to the skin? What does that do for your mucosal immunity?
There have been studies comparing microneedle patch vaccination with the intramuscular vaccination, and those have been favorable. By some immunological measures, the responses are similar, and by other measures, you get a superior response when you vaccinate in the skin with the microneedle patch compared to intramuscular. I'm not aware of any comparisons between the microneedle patch and, say, nasal or wet mucosal vaccination. Indeed, the skin and the nasal mucosa have a similarity in that they're both surfaces and can leverage the immune system that is heightened on those surfaces. But the skin is not the nose, and if nasal transmission or pulmonary transmission is the mechanism, then the skin is not the site of entry for that virus. So it's unclear what role the microneedle patch might play in IgA or mucosal responses, but in terms of the systemic IgG responses, they are strong and favorable compared to intramuscular.
And let me ask about manufacturing. Seeing the microscopic pictures of these microneedle patches are pretty amazing. Is this something that is challenging to set up as far as a fabrication facility, or is this like no big deal?
Somewhere in between. So the way that we make them is we have a mold, we pour a solution on, let it dry, we pour another solution on, let it dry, and put it in a package. So the manufacturing process in principle is a simple one. It's one that pharma knows how to pour films and let them dry. There is the devil in the details. The manufacturing infrastructure does not exist today for mass production. It's under development. It should be available in the next few years, but the expectation is that manufacturing can be done at low cost, at cost similar or maybe even less than a pre-filled syringe, but that manufacturing infrastructure does not in fact exist yet today.
One of those challenges on Tony's list, I think. Dr. Smith, I cut you off, but I think I want to hear another story or two about how this set of new technologies might be well received or not in populations that maybe have not been particularly well served by our healthcare system and maybe even are a little less trusting that the next thing that comes along is actually good for them. So say a bit more about that.
I really think that preventing transmission holds the most promise. Unfortunately, breakthrough transmissions are causing people to be complacent and just kind of lose hope in everything and just say, you know, what's the point? I'm still going to get infected. There was one individual, his name was Dale Smith. He first was hesitant to get vaccinated, but his wife got vaccinated and then he did. And he became a very strong advocate on social media. And he used that platform to kind of convince his friends, and he was a musician, other musicians, to get vaccinated, use masks. Unfortunately, Dale became ill, was hospitalized, and because of his one of his comorbidities, he died 5 days after being hospitalized. And so that gave a lot of ammunition to the naysayers that were already saying, you see, I told you I did. What's the point? So I really think that will help people once they see that this particular vaccine can stop transmission. I think that holds the most promise. But I also want to stress the importance of talking to individuals about what to do after they are infected. A lot of people in the minority community don't know about the treatments. We spend a lot of time talking about the science. We also need to spend time talking about therapeutics. Every American had the ability to receive the at-home test kit. We all need the ability to receive therapeutics the same way. And so, you know, we don't need to only focus on the science. We need to be honest about what these advances do and what they do not do. And then let people know that if you are infected, this is what you need to do to save your life.
Absolutely. It's a very good point. Dr. Iwasaki, I've read something about at least one company that's developing a pill for a vaccine. And obviously we know that has been successfully done for viral illnesses that we mostly associate with gastrointestinal problems like polio initially, or some of the diarrheal disorders. But at least there is some reason to believe that it might be possible to immunize orally and inspire, because that's also a mucosa, a response that could provide protection against infection and maybe also transmission. So how would you size that up? I'm asking you now as the person with the big, broad view of mucosal immunity as an alternative. And is there enough working going on in that space?
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think mucosal immunity elicited by an oral pill like the Vaxart vaccine is a very promising approach. In fact, we emit a lot of virus from the oral cavity. So if you really want to prevent transmission, you've got to have the defense system in the oral cavity as well as the nasal cavity. And I think it holds a lot of promise. I know that the phase 1 trial is showing promising data for durable IgE responses. I think we need multiple different approaches to be tried because, you know, we're not going to bet on just one thing to work for transmission blocking vaccines. The more we can test, the better. But I think we need the resource and the help to be able to get there.
And that brings us, yes, to what resources would be most helpful at this point. We talked about how nice it would be to have a clinical correlate that would be accepted by regulators as indication of an immune response that might be protective. And obviously, everybody has mentioned that more investment is needed here. In terms of other aspects, maybe just a quick round here. If you had to name one thing that is currently most needed to move your particular approach forward, Dr. He, what would you say? What do you need most?
Well, I guess what we really like to see to happen is that to have a more expedited clinical trial schedule and et cetera. And that's just beyond just, resources, money. We like to move faster, and which costs the resource, takes resources.
It's all going to come down to money, I bet. But in your case, get the clinical trials up and going. Yes, Dr. Iwasaki.
Yes, for us, it's a practical issue, but we really need to be able to use the mRNA vaccine left over in the vials for research purposes. Well, currently, we're not allowed to use all these discarded vials of vaccines for research purposes, and that's impeding our progress on multiple different laboratories. So if the CDC will allow us to use discarded vaccine for research purposes, that would be amazing. Thank you.
I would not have thought of that. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, I think developing transmission blocking vaccines, of course, will come with great challenges and some cost, but I think the probability of success, warrants this investment based on what we know about vaccines, and the potential benefits are just enormous,
So,
direct and indirect. So I agree with both Dr. He and Dr. Iwasaki. We need both R&D and clinical resources and coordination. We should work together to achieve this goal.
glad to hear that part. Dr. Prausnitz.
I'll agree that more clinical experience, more experience in humans is valuable. What I'll add on to that is topic of a moment ago, manufacturing infrastructure. We approached leadership both in the government and in private foundations at the beginning of the pandemic about what about a microneedle patch for COVID vaccination? And the response we got was, that sounds very powerful, but we need to move fast for this first generation of vaccines. And you don't have the manufacturing infrastructure today, and we need vaccines this year. So by having some of that infrastructure in place, we can be ready.
And maybe I, should ask our expert from the Department of Arkansas Public Health, what should we be doing in terms of the obstacle of public acceptance? Should we be sort of preparing for the possibility that we will not always be having needles going into arms?
Exactly. Preparedness is basic 101, what we need to do. We need to have more discussions such as this. We need to take this on the road so people can become familiar with it before it actually hits the shelves. Also, social media is a powerful tool. TikTok, everyone loves that. You can create good content, but we just need to utilize faith-based networks, other non-traditional networks, to bring them to the table and talk to them to see what their misgivings or just barrier, what their perceptions are to some of these, and then go from there. But I think including people, everyone at the table early on is what's needed.
So a question from the audience. It's been noticed that the two companies that are pursuing nasal vaccines are working with intact virus, modified, killed, or weakened in some way, but not so much with things like mRNA or purified spike protein. How come? You can start, Dr. Hood.
Okay. So because it works, in my opinions. Like I said, we are really repurposing a kennel cough vaccine. A vaccine has been used in dogs for many, many years, 40-some years now. For the dog lovers, right? If it's good enough for the dogs, maybe it's good enough for human. So we have the joking aside, really for this vaccine system has been used for so long, and it has a great safety profile. When we develop a vaccine, really the number one issue is safety, right? Safe, efficacious, and cost effective. So this vaccine is safe because it's been used for so many years. Your dogs, when you come home, you will, come into close contact. Actually, vaccinated dogs can share a vaccine for a few days. And then, so you have seen this virus before in your life. So they're very safe. And of course, using a live virus has a lot of advantage over a dead one. In cell immunity and cellular immune response, mucosal, when you do the intranasal, and as well as a very good antibody response, right? So you have a very balanced immune response compared with just using one arm of our wonderful immune response. So, and again, because if you quickly Google kennel cough vaccine for a few dollars, you can buy it online. So think about if we develop a nasal vaccine for a few dollars, Amazon can deliver to your home. You can just spray it up your nose, right? And it's thermal stable. And then people, in the case of Dr. Smith mentioned, instead of having people to sign up, you can deputize them. They can be the people to immunize using this device we have, right? Because this is already done with the docs. So we can, using the manufacturing capacity, the capability and all the things we have, that makes this an ideal vector system for developing nasal COVID vaccine. But again, this is just one approach. We hope, to succeed to address all the concerns that's raised. Yeah, that's just one.
I think having had an opportunity many times to try to explain to people why the current COVID vaccines can't possibly give you the disease because it's a purified mRNA or a spike protein. Here you are talking about the complete virus, so you'll have to explain that why it can't possibly cause trouble, maybe even in an immunocompromised person. I don't know. Dr. Moore, what would you say about using the intact virus versus other alternatives?
Yes, so I agree with Dr. He. Actually, he used the same list I was going to use, which is safety first, efficacy, and cost effectiveness, right? So we've already talked about oral polio. We've talked about smallpox. You mentioned rotavirus. We've talked about flu mist. All of these are live viral vaccines. And so, the challenge with the mucosa, especially in your nose, there's a lot of physiology there, right? There's mucus, there's ciliated cells. Typically, when you deliver particles, your nose is a filter. It's there to filter out those things. So live viruses tend historically to penetrate that kind of environment and deliver an immune response. So that's just, and I'm not saying it can't be done, but I think it requires innovation to deliver subunit or recombinant proteins to the mucosa. And those innovations are coming, but the most straightforward way to do it now is with a live virus. So then there's safety, right? So with our particular approach, we've taken great care over 10 years of research to highly attenuate our vector system so that it doesn't replicate to a high enough level to even shed in recipients. And I think it's important to start with that safety in mind first, because ultimately our goal is a global transmission blocking vaccine. And then cost effectiveness. I appreciate Dr. Reddy's comment in the first panel about, how dose can affect the COGS, the cost of goods, right? Yes. So compared to other types of vaccines, typically live viruses, you're using much less, essentially, biological dose, because the whole live virus gives you more potency. So that means you can manufacture at a much lower cost and begin to contemplate a needle-free global distributable vaccine.
So I've got to give Dr. Iwasaki a chance also to weigh in here, because I think in her opening remarks, she talked about using other strategies for mucosal immunity generation, including things that aren't complete viruses. So please.
Yes, thank you so much. So I absolutely agree with the two, Dr. He and Dr. Moore, on what was said about the barrier. Normally, if you want to generate a de novo nasal immune response, you do need a live infectious, attenuated particles in order to penetrate those layers and make enough antigen and enough adjuvant to be able to prime an immune response. What we found is that you can do that same thing without invoking a live attenuated pathogen, but just delivering spike protein in solution without adjuvant, or mRNA in a paste particle without adjuvant, because we're coming in with a pre-existing immune response that serves as an adjuvant itself. So this kind of strategy, we have to obviously show the effectiveness of this strategy in humans, but in animal models, it looks really promising. Gives you durable IgA response and very good protection from infection. So I think we are still in the development stage, and we need to be able to try all these different types of vaccines.
Excellent. So many flowers need to bloom. I see we're getting the high sign about the time. Let me ask each of you to give one sentence about what you would like this audience and those who are listening remotely to take away from our conversation. And again, maybe I'll start this time with Dr. Smith.
I think my message is to have a wide net for your network, include everyone, especially people that you're trying to bring to the table or that you want to use your technologies. Make sure that they are there at the forefront. And also just think about diversity. and utilize non-traditional healthcare partners like fraternities, sororities, HBCUs are an excellent resource.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Prosnitz.
I would like to say that there is a future in vaccines that goes beyond the intramuscular injection, a future that enables heightened immune responses based on targeting different tissues of the body, particularly superficial tissues, as well as delivery systems that are simple to use, that don't hurt, that are thermostable, and can facilitate increased access.
Thank you. Dr. Moore.
I think a transmission blocking vaccine is the way to get in front of variants and put COVID behind us.
Well said. Dr. Iwasaki.
I think, agree with you, Dr. Moore. Transmission blocking vaccine is really the way to stop the spread of the virus so that no more mutants can arise. And also, it's really the only way to kind of prevent diseases like long COVID, which I think happens because the virus spreads enough throughout the body that it can establish reservoir in different tissues. So I think not just transmission and infection blocking, but potentially long COVID blocking vaccines, that's really needed in the future.
That's a good point. And I know you're doing a lot of work on long COVID. Yes, Dr. Hu, you get the final word.
So I like to close with my optimism, as always, that I think we're going to have a vaccine. Hopefully, it's a vaccine intranasal or a mucosal vaccine blocks transmission. And I know we're thinking about the human right now, all the transmission, but I also remind us, the COVID virus does get into animal, domestic, as well as wildlife. So we need a vaccine, not only for the practice of reducing infection in human, we really need a transmission blocking vaccine to block the transmission to animals, because if they become a reservoir, in the long run, we're going to have a problem, endless problem. So let's go get them. Let's go get the, transmission block vaccine.
All right. With that image of vaccinating bats in China, let us thank our panel most sincerely for a wonderful presentation. And we're on to the next panel.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I feel like I need a guitar here to serenade you. Well, welcome, everyone. Hopefully it's okay with the organizers that I go ahead and get started. I know we're your last panel today. I have had the pleasure of tuning in online, so I'm taking advantage of the hybrid approach here. But it's really been pretty insightful to hear from all the various speakers beforehand. And I'm a bit biased, but I have to say I'm excited for this panel in particular. I think you you will be too once we get into it. I should let you know who I am. My name's Lois Pace. I am the Assistant Secretary for Global Affairs at our Department of Health and Human Services, and have been serving in that role for about a year and a half. In this position, I get to see firsthand the value and the benefit of international R&D activities and investments worldwide. And it's really incredible to see the benefits that they do have, not just for vaccines, but also diagnostics and therapeutics. And so I just want to acknowledge the spectrum of innovations that are available, even though we're focused on just one today. So kudos to my colleagues who have spoken before me from FDA, NIH, BARDA, and elsewhere, as well as other parts of the U.S. government who really do a lot of hard work working with partners worldwide to make sure these innovations are available. But importantly, is that availability and that access. I mean, innovations are incomplete without reaching the people that we're all hoping to serve. And so that's really the focus of this conversation right now. Without further ado, I will introduce our panelists. And thankfully, I think they're sitting in the order that I have on my paper, which is really helpful. But first, we have Dr. Richard Hatchett, who is CEO of CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations. Hi, Richard. Good to see you. And then we have Secretary Cody Kinsley, who is the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services in North Carolina. So it's good to see you, Secretary Kinsley. Thanks for joining us today. Seated next to Cody, we have Ambassador John Kangasong, who probably doesn't need much of an introduction, but he's our incoming coordinator for U.S. Global AIDS, our PEPFAR program at the U.S. Department of State. So it's very good to see him here in his current capacity. And then finally, we have Mrs. Denise Smith, who is the founding executive director of the National Association of Community Health Workers. And so please join me in welcoming them today. Very happy to have you all because you all bring a number of diverse perspectives when it comes to this important topic of equity and innovation and how innovations themselves can even serve to drive equity, whether that's in the government sector or outside of government, whether that's domestically or internationally, or whether it's top down or bottom up. And so hopefully we'll touch on each of those areas. But first, an opening question for each of you to respond. I really want to hear what you think has worked, what you think has worked well when it's come to closing this gap or bridging this gap between innovations and disparities or inequities. And then we'll use that to start our conversation. Maybe I will start with you, Richard.
Great. I'm just very quickly, CEPI is an organization that supports research and development. So I bring that bias to this conversation. We're also an international organization. So I would say that what has worked well throughout the pandemic is science and the scientific community, the sharing of information, the speed with which scientists and institutions pivoted to develop vaccines, delivered vaccines in record time. So the world did about as well as it was positioned to do. And I think that's an important caveat in delivering vaccines. What has not worked well is actually the topic of this discussion, which is getting vaccines to the people who need them. I would just say two recent analyses have estimated that vaccines probably save somewhere on the order of 20 million lives in the first year of their availability. But 20 million lives have also been estimated to have been lost during the COVID pandemic. And the majority of those lives were lost after vaccines became available. So we must do better on delivering to the people who need them as rapidly as possible.
Thanks, Dr. Hatchett. Appreciate you kicking us off. Secretary Kinsley.
So I think in North Carolina, what we found that really worked was being able to see where we needed to go. I think the greatest challenge we all continue to face is that we have a lot of kind of categorical descriptive information about the equity issues that we're trying to solve, but in real time, we don't have the data, the visibility into seeing it. North Carolina committed to building a vaccine registry where race and ethnicity and other demographic data was non-negotiable. We had to have that information, and then we could pair the visibility of that information to leverage, frankly, our providers and making sure that we could hold them accountable to vaccinate on par with the folks they were serving in their community. And at the same time, pair that with community-based organizations that could leverage the trust that they long had to then make that. And in North Carolina, we saw it work. We closed the gap as far as vaccinating on par in our Latinx community, our Hispanic community, and we nearly closed the gap in our Black African American community and did close it in several age groups. We have more to go. I mean, I think the challenge we're facing, and I'm excited to talk about today, is that our health system has a long history of inequity. And when you say you have a big problem, you need to move really fast, it's not going to get better. And so we have to make it a priority to bend it just as hard as we want to move just as fast.
Thanks, Cody. Dr. John.
Okay, thanks, Lloyd. Let me start by saying my views here will be informed by my previous assignment, which was based at the African Union as the director of the Africa's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So what I'm going to say maybe sounds like an odd view, but I thought that what has worked from that perspective where I sat was the ability to use inequity to stimulate a dialogue in a resource-limited setting that says we have to manufacture vaccines, regionalizing the capabilities and capacity to manufacture vaccines as a health security commodity. I think I've always, when I left my previous job, one of the things that occurred to me was that the momentum is there to regionalize vaccine manufacturing capacity. We have to build on that, but do that in a way that you create an ecosystem of how to do it right, and not if it should be done. I think that is one thing that worked. What didn't work well, as Richard said, was translating the remarkable achievement and progress that science brought to all of us to making that accessible. And that is a complicated equation that has to do with the manufacturing itself, has to do with human behavior, and has to do with the timeliness of where that product gets to the intended populations.
Thanks, Ambassador Nkengasong. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Denise Octavia Smith. I will also provide some context in that I have been a community health worker for about 24 years. I'm a certified patient navigator. I'm a survivor of a rare chronic disease. I am someone who has experienced homelessness. I am a person who has received public assistance. It's usually common for community health workers, promotoras, aunties, our outreach workers, our peers, to ground others in our lived experience. And so I'll be sharing some of that as I provide this context. Equity is not a top-down discussion. So we have to ground ourselves when we talk about equity today in a couple of concepts that I think are well understood in this room, that the systems, the policies, many of the funding models, the services were not designed for people who look like me, for those who are poor, for those with limited English proficiency, for those reentering society or those of different genders, for those who are immigrants, refugees, or even for the indigenous nations, hundreds of which here in this country are not recognized by the federal government, and many hundreds who are, but who struggle with nearly every indicator of health and well-being that we have. It is important to ground ourselves in the understanding that it is not just about defining equity, that equity is a moral imperative, and that when we talk about equity, it's a call to action. So in the context of vaccines, I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, I want you to think about community health workers as being vaccinated. it occurred to me that many of us have traversed and overcome many of the barriers to the social determinants of health. We are survivors of rare chronic diseases. We are persons living with HIV. We are persons who have overcome homelessness. We are persons in recovery. And in that respect, we are experts in traversing those sectorial barriers, those literacy barriers, those technology or navigation barriers. We are, in fact, vaccinated, but we have a commitment to go and help others, right? So what worked well? One thing that I really want to point out that is important is that in nearly every single major initiative or strategy that the Biden-Harris administration released since January of 2021, it has prioritized, it has included community health workers, right? So in the national COVID response and the preparedness plan, when we talk about mental health and in the American Rescue Plan, what we didn't do well is recognize that we needed to build not only a clinical response to the pandemic, we needed a public health response to the pandemic, but we needed the infrastructure, capacity, resource, and funding for a community-based response to the pandemic. And so with all that I've heard today and all that I'm excited about in terms of the technologies and the innovations, I don't want us to build on a faulty foundation. Community will bring these vaccines to the last mile. And further, we will make sure that the barriers to the social determinants of health do not impede vaccines getting into people's arms or through nasal or all of the other exciting innovations.
Thanks very much to each of you for getting us started. And I'm even more excited for what's to come. So I do want to start with you, Mrs. Smith, because I know something that you just mentioned about what you're hearing and how you're interpreting that. I know that you can't speak for all community health workers, right? To your point, everyone has their own experience, but I'm hoping that you can share perhaps what you are hearing from them with regards to these new innovations, if anything, right? What's breaking through and what are the things that are sort of exciting them about these prospects or keeping them up at night?
Well, you know, part of what's keeping us up at night is that the current vaccines have not gotten to everyone. We are very concerned about our children in particular, our babies, but generally speaking, we know that childhood vaccinations generally have really waned over the past couple of years. And we are seeing adult vaccinations, which have never been fantastic, also having continued barriers and just being lumped into this general sense of misinformation, right? And so a lot of our work is about dispelling myths and making sure that people have factual information to make the best decisions. But I'll tell you what is really keeping CHW or promotora leaders, those who lead organizations in the community, is that a lot of our funding for our work is actually shutting down right now. So there was a great story in March by Kaiser Health News about 400 CHWs in Chicago who had been trained, right, hired, recruited, embedded into a vaccine response. And by June, their jobs were gone. Right. That's an example of an infrastructure, dollars that are wasted, time that is wasted, expertise, relationships, partnerships, and it erodes trust in community. So what we want to do is we want to be a part of the solution and a part of this continuum from the science to the streets, if I will. And so we need that funding infrastructure to sustain these discussions.
Thanks very much. Cody, I want to come to you if that's okay. I'm sticking with the theme of sort of local and state level options. Denise mentioned very briefly the role of community health workers in messaging or messages. And I know that you have done a lot in the state of North Carolina in that regard. So can you give us some sort of preview as to how you would even talk about this work and maybe even blending what she just offered, right? Recognizing there's still some road to travel with current vaccines and vaccinations, and yet with others coming down the pipe.
Yeah. So I'll offer kind of maybe two examples of things we did in North Carolina and we're still sort of testing. So one is North Carolina created a counseling code as part of our Medicaid program. I believe one of the first Medicaid programs in the country to do that, and made it so that, we found that as we got through the vaccine eager into the vaccine hesitant, it took many conversations for that. I mean, sometimes it was could have been the insured Medicaid child, but it was the conversation with the parent. And so shaping the code such that we could fund that, I think to Denise's point about being able to pay for what we actually want to see. And what's interesting in North Carolina is we've started to do a cursory review of that is we've actually started to see uptake of vaccines in kids increasing, while we're seeing some of that, not just for COVID, but broadly, because we see our providers really making use of that. So I think that's a very tactical example of some exciting work there. I will perhaps just go even double down on Denise's very good point, which is that we have invested so much money in community-based organizations that are doing on-the-ground work to leverage trust, to grow, to establish routine and stable communication channels, to trust folks. And, my real and tactical problem in this moment is that I want to use some of that for monkeypox, and I can't because those dollars aren't monkeypox dollars. And I think we have got to wrestle with what I call color of money problem in government. And if we're going to invest in the foundation of this on the ground stuff, we have got to sustain this over time.
Very interesting points from you both. Cody, can I ask a follow-up question of you, which is this idea of how we do leverage what's in place? I mean, do you foresee an opportunity with mass vaccinations with these innovative products, or is it your worry that you won't be able to get those kinds of campaigns off the ground in the future?
Well, I mean, I think that, when we have a whole lot of folks coming forward in that kind of vaccine eager space or test ready space, obviously these kind of mass distribution sites work really well. I mean, the kind of dollar per person operational effort is efficient and it works. I mean, of course, right now we're all pivoting towards an at-home strategy, right? I mean, we have to reduce the number of drive-up testing sites in North Carolina towards a place where we're leveraging at-home pickup sites. And we're obviously, thanks for the Postal Service and all of that. And so what I'm excited about some of the conversations about these more novel delivery methods is how can we reduce the overall burden on the healthcare system? Because the other side of this is that our healthcare providers are so tired. Everybody is spent. Our workforce is incredibly drained. If we can try to minimize the impact in those spaces safely, I think that there's a lot of promise for some of these more novel delivery mechanisms. But we have to think about that kind of end-to-end effort that it will take to do that.
Thanks very much for taking that follow-up. Dr. John, I want to come back to you actually on this topic of how we innovate the delivery, right? And reduce the burden on healthcare systems, not demand so much of the systems or the citizens for that matter. I know that you in your current role are overseeing the U.S.'s global AIDS programs. And a lot of that work through our President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, a lot of that work has been leveraged in the global COVID response. So what's your take on how we can worldwide ensure the delivery of these new vaccines, especially given your experience in PEPFAR and new innovations for HIV?
Absolutely. I think Denise and Cody also touched on this. Delivery will always be human capital related. And that will require that we leverage on what is already available. When I hear discussions about pandemic preparedness and response that hover around creating some new mechanisms on to put assets together, I said that in my view is the wrong way to go. I mean, we should be looking at how platforms that we have invested over decades, like the PEPFAR platform, can be elevated and used more appropriately to deliver, which is essentially supply chain management issues, workforce issues, information system issues, which already exist. And PEPFAR did some of that, quite a lot of that during to support many countries in Africa, where you saw vaccination rates for COVID increase significantly when those platforms were appropriately leveraged. I think that those are the kind of things that we should be looking at, including community healthcare workers that played a very important role, including during the early phase of the COVID response, where we just didn't have vaccines. It was, we were fighting it with a very basic public health measures, which was test and trace. And we deployed at that time, I recall, using about 20,000 community healthcare workers. South Africa did that very successfully. And most of those community healthcare workers are those that had been trained on HIV. So I think the task ahead of us here is really not to create entirely new systems, because they will go to waste, but to leverage a system that are already being used. I think that is very, very important. So I'll just end by saying that elevating these platforms that we've all known that deliver in a very impactful manner is the way to go, not just for Peptide, but the global fund as well.
Well, thanks very much. And I see Denise nodding along, so it just shows the synergies here. Richard, I want to come to you because I've heard you talk about the importance of inserting equity at the beginning, right? And I know that the work of CEPI is really focused on that, really looking at the pipeline from the start. So can you explain how that's getting inserted into how you make your investments and decisions?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Lois. I was actually eager to make the observation that, here we are talking about equity at the end of an interesting day. And, but that's not how we should be thinking about equity. We should be starting with equity. Equity is not a discrete goal that can be attached on to other discrete goals. It has to be a mindset, and preparedness actually also has to be a mindset, and it has to inform all of the decisions that you make. Just to illustrate a little bit about what that meant in terms of CEPI's response, our institutional response. CEPI was created to support vaccine development. We were actually created to address epidemic diseases. Initially, we weren't considered to be a pandemic response organization, but when COVID emerged, we jumped in. And we jumped in by moving fast because we were concerned about the potential for global spread. But we also were concerned about equity. We anticipated, based on our experiences during the last pandemic, which in 2009, which fortunately it was a very mild virus, but the potential for global catastrophe was large because we did not achieve equity. And we did not distribute vaccines globally until quite late in the pandemic. So as we began to gear up to develop vaccines, we actually wrote into our R&D contracts requirements for equitable access. And we actually envisioned, with our colleagues at Gavi and WHO and ultimately UNICEF, envisioned a global allocation mechanism which became COVAX. And even before COVAX existed or had a name, we were writing contracts that were requiring our partners to make doses available for the global allocation facility. And I would just say that the root causes of the inequity that we experienced in 2021 in particular, after vaccines became available and before supplies became robust, were manifold. There were things relating to the technology. I mean, cold chain requirements for the vaccine were an issue. There were institutional causes. There were financing causes. There were structural causes. I would say John mentioned the way vaccine manufacturing is distributed globally. And to address equity as a whole, we have to bring an equity mindset to thinking about each layer of those problems, both at the sort of holistic international level, all the way down to the delivery and breaking through these barriers that specific communities or subsets of communities may encounter. And so that is how we at CEPI have incorporated this idea of sort of equity first, and then make decisions that lead towards that goal.
Thanks, Richard. I'm hoping I can ask you a follow-up question as well, which is whether or how you all, as part of discussions around COVAX or the broader ACT Accelerator, how you all are thinking about next generation innovations and how that applies to what's been established or what's to come.
Well, so COVAX as the international mechanism for procuring and taking vaccine donations and then delivering those globally, just for anyone who's not familiar with it, there were a tremendous number of innovations, that ad hoc innovations, essentially to solve problems in real time as we went along in terms of procurement, structuring advanced purchase agreements, setting up a global liability and indemnification system and a no-fault compensation system that facilitated rapidly, making vaccines available in different countries and different legal environments. We've developed an inventory of those innovations, and again, they are manifold across different domains that had to be addressed for COVAX to operate. And we've thought about which of those innovations are sort of intellectual innovations that you can, as the pandemic winds down or as we shift into a different mode, how you can bundle those up and have them kind of waiting to be called out again. I mean, one example would be the allocation framework that WHO developed. That's something that in a future pandemic, we could bring down as a place to start. Other innovations or other areas where innovation is required, where we ran into really significant challenges, are going to require ongoing work. Financing is one obvious example. Some of that work has already begun. The last area are innovations that actually now need to be embedded in day-to-day practice and in day-to-day delivery and day-to-day communication with communities. And so we've begun to think systematically about how we can capture the innovations, but also the lessons learned, and then think about how we can make those sustainable for the long term.
Thanks very much, Dr. Hatchett. Okay, back to you, John, because you are doing a lot and have done a lot in terms of rallying sort of this leadership at a regional level. And so I'm also wondering what you're thinking about these innovations and how, in particular, not just global platforms like COVAX, but regional platforms such as what's come together through the African Union or other parts of the world can also best take advantage of these new products and technologies.
Absolutely. Let me just reflect a little bit on COVAX, and then I'll segue to the regional question. At the head of the pandemic, I thought COVAX was one of the greatest innovations in recent times in global health that are equate to the innovation in Global Fund, the establishment of the Global Fund. It was one of the greatest, it bear the greatest good intention to solve a global problem collectively. And it also represented, in my view, a great symbol of solidarity and cooperation. But how that intent and all these things translated into practicality were challenged. I think we should also learn from that. And challenged not because of COVID, but because of externalities that surrounded the whole. So we should build on that and try to fix it and look at it in a holistic way. And this is where I segue to the regional platforms and truly have a mindset that listens. A mindset that listens to the regional aspiration of what different parts of the world are trying to do. As we speak, the ASEAN countries are establishing a public health agency. What the PAHO, the Caribbeans, the African regions, the Gulf states are establishing a CDC. So that says something that we should be thinking of our global health security architecture at three levels. I mean, what do we do globally? What do we do regionally, and what do you do at national level? That is a collection of that network that will give us that health security instruments that we are looking at. When you look at regionally, at least from where I just spent 2.5 years until last April, the continent of Africa rallied around the political leadership and goodwill and said, look, despite COVAX, we're going to create an African vaccine acquisition platform and secure 400 million doses of vaccine. That is not opposed to the central COVAX mechanism, but rather complementary. That those are the kind of things that you need to encourage more. We need to encourage more. And as we think of the next generation vaccines, begin to see how those platforms that were put in place regionally can enable us to leapfrog any challenges that were observed during with the issues with the first generation vaccines. Let me just say this, that in Dr. Fauci's opening statement, he talked about leveraging the HIV, that some of the advances that we saw in HIV, in the COVID vaccines were because of the networks that we have established from HIV. It's also true as we regionalize and begin to mitigate the risk of putting all our eggs in one basket. I think that is exactly what we should be looking at. How do you learn from the experience in a positive way, okay, and have the courage of saying there were some gaps that occurred. We should build on those gaps to strengthen our collective security apparatus, including support of the regional initiatives.
I'm curious from you, John, before you turn off your mic, how you're also thinking about opportunities for regional manufacturing. These are investments that even the U.S. has made alongside other countries. I think to your point, there's an opportunity, obviously, to ensure the Africa region, for example, can directly procure these innovations for themselves. And as you said, sort of leapfrog the process. But then I think there's another step with regards to whether or not these products can be developed on the continent outright. And I see Richard nodding too, so I'm happy for you to come in after John as well.
No, it has to be regional manufacturing has to rely on two things: that it is a political decision, that not an economic case for investing in regional manufacturing. That says that if we do this right regionally, it helps in the global health security space. And as I said earlier, and I see a lot of people in this room have been following the discussions around regional manufacturing, that it is no longer acceptable, at least from the conversations I'm hearing from around the world, that certain parts of the world would just wait for vaccines to be manufactured elsewhere and then they consume. Because as we have seen in the COVID pandemic, when commonly challenged, people don't fall inward because they hate other people. It's just because of the scarcity of that commodity. And I think we have to acknowledge that when faced with a common threat, the reaction, as when we all get into those planes and the pilot or whoever says, well, put on, in case of any oxygen shortage, put on your mask first before you put in your child's own mask. It tells you what a common threat looks like. But we can work on that common threat now that we've learned lessons from it and say, let it be a political decision that we all say that we have to do that. Second, and lastly, is that we have to admit that we must focus also on behavioral and social science, because we've seen how even when those products are available, there's a value of death to cross before you get the vaccines into arms. I think, and it's not only true for COVID. I mean, I've been to DRC about 6 times over my last 5.5 years stayed, and you think, well, we have vaccines for Ebola, you go to North Kivu with that, and people will take it. No, it's not straightforward. I mean, you have to have community leadership, owning that process, understanding that. So I'll just end by saying messaging early and messaging frequently is a cornerstone, or what I call the ingredients for a trust capital that we need in the community to cross that gap between availability of those products and access to the products in the community.
Oh, I really want to get into that uptake piece for sure. Richard, did you have anything to add quickly before then?
Yeah, just very, very quickly. I mean, I think looking at it from a global perspective, one of the most important causes of the inequity that we encountered, I mean, the root cause is scarcity. And while you have a period of scarcity, you're going to have the kind of dynamic that John describes. But one of the most important structural causes of inequity is the way vaccine manufacturing is currently distributed. In a few locations with large populations that will have to be served first. And so one of the initiatives that we've undertaken with the National Academy of Medicine and also with the World Economic Forum is to set up a cross-sectoral group called the Distributed Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, where we're going to look at issues relating to financing, to business model, to technology, to workforce development, to try to inform these efforts to expand regional manufacturing. It is not going to be easy to have globally distributed manufacturing, but it is critical to health security that we succeed. And so this effort brings together economists, it brings together political leaders. John's participating in it, non-governmental organizations and the private sector who will make critical contributions to try to bring that collective understanding together to think about how we can rapidly advance regional manufacturing efforts.
And keep it warm, right?
Yeah.
So that you can turn it off and on.
Well, and it has to be sustainable. It cannot be something that is mothballed and then work when you need it to. And so there are questions around market shaping and market creation that are going to be important. One thing that we have done globally for the first time ever is try to reach adult populations with a life-saving vaccination. There are many, many countries that do not have adult vaccination programs at all. We should use COVID as a beachhead to build out adult vaccination programs, and that will provide many, many benefits beyond just delivering COVID vaccines.
Thanks very much. I want to come back to you, Cody, and then you, Denise, as well. And also say that this is a question from the audience. So thank you for submitting those. There is this question about how we improve uptake of vaccines, but also how we balance efforts around COVID with other vaccination programs. And I think what we saw in the States, but especially around the world, is the need to get that balance right. And I was hoping you could speak to that.
I kind of want to comment on the conversation and
comment on whatever you'd like.
So, I think that, and I know this is a summit on vaccines, but I think it's really important that we continue to remember that there is not a real silver bullet, right? That we're in complex disease management. And it's going to take every tool and an equitable approach with every single tool. And I think that perhaps the best thing that we can really do to continue to center equity in readiness around supply chain readiness and everything is to build more trust in the healthcare system that we have. My personal story, I grew up in North Carolina without insurance. I was 25 before I had health insurance. And had you told 24-year-old me, don't worry, testing's free, I would have said, yeah, right. We have built an expectation among our citizenry and the residents in our country that the healthcare system will work for them. And I think we've got to change the game there around everything if we hope that for every vaccine or anything we want to do, it is going to be available. I think that, what I am worried about as a health secretary is that we have gone through this really, galvanizing moment around vaccines, and we're now seeing people opt out of vaccinations more than we have before because of this political, kind of questions that have arisen in there. And I think we've got to get back to the basics, bring down the temperature, and really try to localize the conversations. And so I go back to things like funding, counseling codes, to being a part of the normal patient-doctor relationship, supporting community health workers and other on-the-ground workers to have those conversations. I think we've got to get the conversations about vaccinations less coming from people like me and more coming from trusted resources locally. I think that's what really matters moving forward.
Thanks very much. Denise, what are your thoughts on this question of uptake and balance?
Yeah, and I want to go back to this idea of building a community-based infrastructure, because a lot of the comments I was just sort of circling, yes, we need that. Yes, we need that. Community health workers, our definition from the American Public Health Association, which has been around for over 20 years, embeds the word trust in who we are. And it's really important. I was having a conversation with someone early in the pandemic and just talking about, at that time, trying to get any money, grant funding for the work that we do. Most CHWs are working in community organizations and not hospitals or health plans or FQHCs, but we're working in nonprofits or CBOs. And someone said something to the effect of like, well, that conversation won't work in a red state or something like that. And I thought, I don't think you know who community health workers are, right? Community health workers are your health ministers, right? They're the natural helpers in literally every community, every culture, every faith, every geography. right? And it's not, what's beautiful about being the ED of the National Association is I get this rainbow coalition of people who are organized around our values. We want all people, but particularly people in our community, to have access to high quality, culturally competent, effective healthcare so we can go on and live the lives that we want to live. And so when I visit our members, I'm in Kentucky, rural Kentucky, and in Ohio, and I'm in LA, and, I can be anywhere and find this frontline workforce. But if we don't build the infrastructure, and we've seen this happen before, we've built it. I love this mothball idea because we've done this before where we scale up and we ask everyone to, roll up their sleeves and support. And then when we have a sort of modicum of success, oftentimes it's the lowest hanging fruit. Now we think that we can retreat or move on. And so again, this issue of equity means that we are always going to have high risk populations, people who fall through the cracks, who don't have a primary health care provider, who have Medicaid but don't know how to use it to prevent disease or hospitalization. So there are things we have to do to build the infrastructure. Globally, we have to pay community health workers. And I would implore everyone who envisions CHWs as part of your delivery system to find CHW programs and CHW-led organizations across the globe and invest in them. We don't have federal legislation right now in the United States that even defines who we are as a profession. And this is after decades of evidence of our effectiveness. We even have a Department of Labor classification, but employers often don't use it. So we have hundreds of different work titles, and it's very difficult for people to understand who we really are. So we have to acknowledge the workforce as frontline, moving upstream, trusted, with deep relationships, culturally appropriate, linguistically relevant, and we have to pay them, right? We have to prioritize CHW's vaccinations. Why? Because we leverage our lived experience. And so when I'm vaccinated, I am already trusted within my community, and I'm able to go back and say, girl, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. My arm hurt for about 24 hours, and I laid on my couch, but I feel great. And now I'm protected, and I'm doing the things that I want to do with my family. We need education on these innovations, right? So I'm eagerly waiting for emails from all of the pharmaceutical companies who want to reach the frontline workforce, because you're going to help us develop curriculum and training programs so that we don't have to wait to try and find the information online and then try and translate that. You're going to work with us to develop that curriculum as close to real time as possible so that the frontline workforce is ready with that messaging. We don't have to wait 2 months to translate into Spanish or Marshallese, right, or Farsi. We're going to be ready with those innovations. We need to develop communications with CHWs. We know what communications work with youth populations, with reentry community populations. We know how to find those who are experiencing houselessness, et cetera. And then finally, we need to coordinate on strategy. And this is really important because from the early months of the pandemic until now, we are often seen as downstream actors. So people want us to distribute flyers, perhaps, or they want us to knock on doors and tell people where the mass vaccination site is, but they don't want us to upload what we know about the barriers that already exist in community. And I'll just give you one quick example. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Hawaii with Papakulea Homestead. They are a Native Hawaiian CHW-led organization. And this summer, they are training youth to conduct a senior assessment because they've been pushed from the ocean side up into the mountains, and most of their elders live in houses that are like on stilts. And so it's very hard for those elders to leave their homes for food, for their pharmaceuticals, right, to access medical care. So there are real strategies that you can upload from local or hyper-local organizations. And these are, sort of some of the things that we do. Sometimes we do it successfully. I don't want to say that it's all sort of doom and gloom, but we need to scale up, right? What's happening in North Carolina, what's happening in other pockets across the country or around the world.
Thanks very much for that. You went ahead and answered the other audience question that I had, so appreciate that too. It was really, really wanting to dive more deeply into community-based funding. And so I think if we were to ask what you would do with additional funding, we already know based on what you shared, and there's probably a lot more to come from that. I'm hoping that as a closer, we can hear from each of you what you would do if there were a new innovation, a new vaccine to come, in the next 30 days, right? What's the very first thing that you would want to make sure happens that's under your control or under your purview to be ready for that innovation? And I will keep you on the spot a bit longer, Denise, and work my way back down the panel if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. As I said, most CHWs around the globe are not paid to do this work. And while we want folks to get paid, we know that they are going to roll up their sleeves and do the work that needs to be done to protect individuals and families in their community. And so the first thing that we would do is just make sure that we had methods to educate. Sometimes we have to do it via Zoom. Sometimes we have to email folks something. CHWs have been training one another over the phone, right? Hundreds of CHWs were trained by the Florida CHW Coalition, literally on conference call only, because folks didn't have internet access. So what we would do is disseminate the educational information, answer questions, try to dispel myths, and give people tools in diverse languages so that they could inform their community about a new innovation or what's to come.
Thanks very much. John, what's your first step?
Very quickly, I think I will end with where I started, which is focusing on regional or decentralizing vaccine manufacturing as one way to unlock the inequity or address the inequity problem, but do that in a way that is coordinated and is an ecosystem around it. So that not everybody is doing the same thing at the same time. Then anchor that onto the challenges that are existing in the region. So what are those diseases that are already prevalent in the region, so that manufacturing is not just looking at the COVID vaccine, but manufacturing of what vaccines will be required in that region. Because, today is COVID. We don't know what will be tomorrow, but the anchor of that should be on addressing the prevalent diseases that are in that region.
Thanks. Cody.
So I think if in 30 days one of these innovative products were to come out, then I think a year and a half ago we needed to start talking about it.
It was a trick question, wasn't it?
I saw. And I think that's the challenge. Why I'm so glad that we're having this conversation today is because there is a tension between obviously novel, new anything, but yet building trust over time in the communities that we are serving to be sure that when we're ready, they're also ready. And I think we have to do that now. I think it's particularly the challenge for us in the moment, and we're all going to work together on is, how do we also do that in the context of everybody being frankly incredibly weary, tired, mental health crises across the country. We've got to start to figure out a way to build trust now. And I am a dog lover, but build trust now using different methods of vaccination and what that's going to look like. And I think this is the hardest part, trying to be incredibly clear about the value proposition, because I think from the beginning, there's been a lot of hope about the value proposition of this is what's going to end it. We can move forward. And that hasn't exactly followed through. We've got to rebuild that trust.
Yeah, it comes back to that messaging or education or communications that Denise was talking about, but readiness and weariness. I'm taking that with me. Richard, last word.
I'm going to give a quick two-part answer.
Sure.
The first is if in 30 days, I think the single thing that we could do to improve global equity, our industry partners have put together something called the Berlin Declaration. They have said that they will reserve capacity for global equity but they need countries to step up and provide funds to provide for advanced purchase agreements to allow them to do that. That is an offer that I hope governments, the G20, the G7, will follow up on. The second piece, I haven't talked a lot about technology, but CEPI is a technology organization. John made the point that inequity derives from scarcity. If we can accelerate vaccine development, countermeasure development, Ashish and I think Tony spoke about the 100-day goal, we can reduce that period of scarcity. And so making major investments, again, across the G7, across the G20, to develop the capability to rapidly deliver countermeasures when we need them will fundamentally change the equity equation.
Well, there's your answer. Thank you all very much for all your insights today. We really appreciate it.
All right, we're near the end here, folks. If I'm back, thank you all for sticking through what I think was a really fantastic day. I watched a good chunk of it from my office as I was running back and forth and caught glimpses of what I thought were the kinds of insights and conversations we needed to be having today. And I'm sorry I couldn't physically be here. I do want to just give one quick update. For those of you who I know it's been on everybody's mind, the president had a chance to connect with him. He's doing great. Today is day 5 of isolation. His symptoms are largely resolved at this point. Still has a little bit of a raspy voice, which may last days or weeks, but he is otherwise feeling very well. And it's really actually quite a remarkable testament to the vaccines we have. If you remember this morning, I started off saying our vaccines are terrific. We have to do better. Still believe that, really believe that after listening to today's conversation. But it is important to remember just how remarkable it is that SARS-CoV-2, a virus that I think rightly caused a lot of concern, a lot of fear, and getting infected for many people, unfortunately, more than 1 million Americans, meant something, really terrible outcome. We're at a point where if you are vaccinated, if you're immunologically up to date, now obviously he was also helped by an oral antiviral on top of that, which is again available broadly, but really quite extraordinary. I want to take maybe 3-4 minutes just to wrap us up, based on, again, the things that I heard today, and I apologize if I missed some important points. This is not going to be comprehensive, but both from panel 1 and 2, but particularly in panel 1, it struck me that so much of the conversation focused on the power of public-private partnerships. I often talk about, when we think about what the country accomplished in 314 days, there was no way that we could have pulled that off without an active role of government. And so for those people who believe in the power of government, it was a great testament and a great sign of the power of government. There was no way we could have pulled that off without both the innovation and the capacity and capabilities of the private sector. And for people who believe that the private sector has an incredibly important role to play in major societal crises, Operation Warp Speed was a great testament to the power of the private sector. But the real answer is and by the way, and collaboration among scientists domestically and globally, the real answer is there was no way any of those entities could have pulled it off without collaboration. So it is not just that each of them were individually critical, but it was how they interacted together that made a difference. And I think the power of that and trying to think about how do you harness that at a different time. We don't have the same level of crisis. Not saying COVID is over. COVID continues to be a substantial problem, but we're not in that same level of crisis. And so how do you harness the power of that public-private partnership? I think there were some very good ideas, but I think we need to make sure that continues. I think both in panel 1 and panel 2, you heard a lot about the power of the transformative power of these new generation of vaccines, whether they are ones that are going to provide much broader protection, they're going to provide blocking of transmission, reducing infections. And you also saw companies large and small and the progress that they are making. That these things do happen, that there's been a lot of work. You saw Tony talk about investments of the NIH, and then obviously investments in the private sector. We are making serious progress along the way. So I think that is critical to understand. I also thought it surfaced a lot of issues that is work for us in government in this administration to do. Let me just say a couple more things. Panel 3, I love the line of vaccines as a kind of great equalizer. Obviously, there are critical issues of making sure that vaccines are allocated equitably, but they really do have this transformative power, not just of saving lives, but of reducing inequities in our response. If you think about if we did not have these incredibly safe and effective vaccines, the huge inequities we saw in the first year of this pandemic in the United States, I think would have been much, much harder to close without vaccines. Again, those inequities are not gone, but they are clearly better in year 2 for 2 reasons. One is this administration made equity a central goal, and we've worked on it on vaccinations, on boosting, on therapeutics. But vaccines, when deployed widely, can be a great equalizer. They can help overcome a lot of the other structural gaps that we see. The notion of, yes, we've got great science, we need innovations and new vaccines, new vaccine delivery mechanisms, the role of patches, all of that is really awesome, but we also need innovation in delivery. And I mean delivery in the health system, the ability of health systems. Right now, we are at a point globally where we have way, way more vaccine supply than demand. Anybody in the world who wants one technically can get one. But the complexity is you still see large parts of the world that are hugely under-vaccinated. And that should give all of us pause, because the problem is not that we don't have great vaccines, we do. The problem is not that we don't have enough great vaccines, we've got plenty. And yet the world remains under-vaccinated. And that's a delivery system problem. It's a resource problem. It's a series of other issues that we don't spend enough time thinking about. And I think that got highlighted in the last panel, I think, very effectively. A couple more last points and then I'll finish. John Nkengasong, who just has been an extraordinary leader. I saw John here. I just stepped off he's back there. Just an extraordinary leader at the Africa CDC, now thankfully heading up our PEPFAR response. I remember early on in a conversation I had with him in the pandemic, I talked about the importance of regional manufacturing for like 18 good reasons. And I do think this is a debate we're all going to see play out over the next 6-12 months. I mentioned this earlier to a group of people I was talking about. I think one of the debates we're going to have as a globe, as a world, is regional manufacturing really all that important? What if we just focus on efficiently manufacturing in a few places, plenty of vaccines for the whole world? That is a worldview that is reasonable, but one I personally disagree with. I actually think there are a lot of benefits of regional manufacturing, and we've got to make those investments. And I'll be lying if I didn't tell you that I've been persuaded by the arguments that John Nkengasong has been making on this for a while. So John, thank you for your leadership. Last but not least, I think we've heard several times using COVID and including using the investments in these kinds of vaccines as a way to think about pandemic preparedness for the future. Pandemic preparedness as an abstract idea, we have to build up surveillance systems and laboratory capacity. The truth is, that was the mental model we went into this pandemic with. And if you looked at most of the models of like which countries were most prepared for a pandemic, almost always US and UK were rated first and second as the countries most prepared for a pandemic. I would argue that did not quite pan out as well as we had hoped. And so there are lessons to be learned from fighting COVID that are going to be instrumental if we're going to really be prepared for the next one. And those are everything from how you build great countermeasures to how you have health systems and delivery systems that can really can effectively deliver it. Let me just finish by saying I am really grateful to all of you for taking time. I know time is your most precious resource. Doing events at the White House is very special. It's also one where we offer very little in the way of amenities. Sorry. Like we pay for nobody's travel. We don't offer lunch. No, but they're just, I'm joking a little bit, but also serious. The point is that all of you gave up resources, but your time to come and spend time here. I hope you found it useful. It was enormous. I'm enormously grateful that you did. We have a lot of work to do. The vision you heard today, in order to make that a reality, there's a tremendous amount of work. This administration is fully committed to doing that work. And we're going to do it out of the White House, out of HHS, out of every branch of government, because we think it's really important for us to enable this innovation. It will have huge impacts in the long run, health and well-being for the COVID pandemic, and better prepare us for future ones. It's also very clear to me, going back to my original point, is government can't do this alone. We need academic leaders engaged and talking about this. We need the private sector engaged on this and working. And I am confident that if we all work together, we can make massive progress. And that is the goal. And that was one of my hopes from today, was to catalyze that. So thank you all for attending. Thank you all for taking time. And I hope you found it useful. And we will stay in touch and hope that we can both learn from you and engage you on future work that comes from today. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.